as Jews like that. The New Testament identifies the Jews in Jerusalem. And the Pharisees. Where are the Pharisees in the Old Testament? That's my method. Why?
I would assume that they came later.
What about the word rabbi? Why is that in the New Testament? Why is that not in the Old Testament?
Pharisees is just a word. Pharisees means just interpreters. Roshim is someone who gives interpretations. That's what it means. And I think,
So what about rabbi? Rabbi you come from?
He's a teacher.
Who's the teacher? Jesus.
Yeah. I mean, I think, like what this thing is just zooms in a little bit more into the story, because when we see, let's say we have King David and stuff, they have the scribes. If you see, like David described who would be in the temple, serving in the temple, who would be the scribes, those, and like some people think who are those scribes. So those are where they, who do the chronicles, registrations of all the events. And, also the scripture, that already have supposed to be copied and, copied into many stuff, scriptures.
All I'm saying is that Jesus is bringing the rabbi to the scene.
Yeah, but you just
can't say that people were calling each other rabbi beforehand, but it's not in the Bible.
Yeah, because we used to have prophets. Here's no one would let's say John the Baptist is not called as a prophet or something. Okay, they are speculating. If you see there's no such some people believe he's a prophet, other people not, and Jesus is there and in Jeremiah you see Jeremiah speaking as the prophet. Okay, so there's no necessity to write something about the rabbis, because he's the let's say the higher authority into the writing the religious text or something.
So then who are the interpreters?
No, they have those interpreters, but I think they would go to just a prophet to ask. That's why in some cases like judges. Okay, and judges sometimes could be called Elohim. Why? Because people used to go to them to ask, for the, in the matter of some questions, as if they ask God. So this is just to zoom into the more in the community or something. And that what I'm saying, the system looks pretty different. You have prophet, so who you would go to, and then you say, first of all, then in the Bible, in the let's say in Ezekiel, in Jeremiah, you have the elders. Who are the elders? Those are the scribes and the Pharisees. Those would be the ones. But they don't mention in those specific names, as it's written in the gospel.
Yeah, they must have been using some of the terminology if they're using it. If they're using it in the New Testament, it's probably being used before it. That's part of the reason why they're using it during that time. But it was an interesting point, Megatron, when you're saying that the Reformation happened, 1,500 years after Christianity, and then you're saying that this seems to be going on with Islam too.
Well, we just don't know what is happening with this. People, they didn't have first of all, what happened, I believe, the earliest Christians, they didn't have as much scriptures as, the earlier, as the post-Christians. Imagine, only Paul, one like a letter to this church, and this is maybe was copied, and maybe you have one or two of these copies, then maybe three or four, and later on you have like a lot of people have those. And actually, in the prophet times, they not in the prophet like apostle times, they could explain all those things, but later on, you don't have any longer those. So this is why we have all those church fathers, that we depend on them, that to give.
Smiler, what did you say? Because I couldn't hear what you said when you said you find it interesting.
The thing you were talking about, how like the Reformation happened 1500 years after Christianity, and it seems like it's happening now with Islam, which is the same thing 15 years later.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting. It's an interesting correlation.
And I mean, the separation, just say that. Now, there's Simon could come up. Yeah, Simon come up. Simon always got some good philosophy arguments or some shit. I don't know. Sometimes he can get stuff.
Well, that's all. Yeah, that's what philosophy is. It's full of like just making things up and seeing if it's sticks. That's what Nargis be doing.
Yeah, bro. Nargis be throwing mad shit on the wall. She be throwing baloney and stuff on him. Nargis got her nails did.
So what do you think is going to happen with this Reformation, the Islamic Reformation? They're going to have like a sort of a Protestant.
Well, it's not going to be called. It's not going to be called a Reformation. It's going to be called something else, and it'll probably be. I'm hoping, right, that they change either the Kaaba or like Ali's place.
They can change the Kaaba. It has too much.
No. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying like making it like a central place of of worship, like the Vatican, and where the land where the Kaaba is will be separate from Arabia.
Wow, that's what happened with the Vatican?
Yeah, it's its own country.
Okay.
But actually, if you talk about Reformation, this actually already happened. What you see, let's say the classical Islam and you have the modern Islam. And if you see, those people that say, we support the homosexuality. Oh yes, we tolerate this, Western values and stuff. Those are the modern Muslims, okay? And when you speak something that you say no, you don't. So actually, what is happening? You have two Islams. One Islam is like classical, which is the Muhammad's, and those is Al Qaeda, Hezbollah, and what Shia are doing. This is the strict with the punishments and blah blah blah. This is the classical. This is the most close to the core. To the roots of Islam. And then you have the reformators, the modern Islam. Because if you see in some countries, let's say for example that sleeping with 6 years old girl is okay. In other Muslim countries, it's not, definitely not. So why is so? So if you will see, this is that you have two Islams. The classical allows it because in this case, if they would condemn, this kind of pedophilia thing, they would say, well, in this case, we don't have the Prophet because he's under condemnation. And when we have, let's say, modern Islam. Okay, now what they do with those verses, they say, no, this is, goes with the interpretation. That's why you see the early, nowadays scholars, they doing this job, let's say, not apologetics into, let's say, what is happening with the Aisha. They do the reinterpretation what actually happened. Because they disagree with this narrative. And classical, yes, they say, yeah, it's true.
fought in battles and stuff. Come on, man. That's crazy.
Are you bringing it up?
What did she have? A fucking big club? Did she have a box? Did she have a big club? Did she have a big club?
Come on, I'm not into the box. I mean, I'm just saying. You know, let's say they're bringing the.
No. Do you know what we mean by box?
Box.
She have a box.
I think once I asked ChatGPT, I have a friend name is Megan.
No. You know what it is for a woman to have a box?
No, not exactly. I'm you know, my English.
The box is the pussy. It's the pussy. It's the box.
I know.
Okay, all right. So we're saying, did she have a box or did she have a club? We're trying to figure that out.
Wait a second, club.
We're giving Muhammad an out. Listen. I'm trying to give Muhammad an out here. You know what I'm saying? I'm being dead serious. Because, like, I personally don't think Aisha was a girl. I just don't.
Okay. This is debate.
I just don't, bro. I just get this feeling, bro. I'm serious, man.
Okay. I thought when you say he was not a girl means like, you know, I mean, he's not a girl but a boy.
Yeah.
In this case. Okay.
Yeah, does he have a box?
This is a.
You understand?
Yeah, but what could like what makes you think of this? I mean, there is a verse that actually says that Muhammad used to something about used to be dirty with a, you know, like I need to search for this hadith where it says like, you know, he got.
I know, but you know the where he's saying he's putting the tongues of the mouths of the other kids and stuff like that. But you want to know something like? I'm not so sure that could be seen as like him giving like food out of his mouth or something like that, like chewing the kid's food or something like that. Like I don't know, I'm not crazy about that. I think people over embellish. I think there's more to answer with that. Like some of these really ridiculous ones, I think are just taken out of context. But
yeah.
If that's what it says, that's what it says. But it could mean other things. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but
that wouldn't be the reason why I come to that conclusion.
Okay, in this case, you need to bring this issue also, this matter also to the Reformation issues. That's my take on that.
Sometimes I think they're like, yo, you could put the most ridiculous claims on Muhammad, we're still gonna believe in him. That's what I feel like the audience is saying.
Yeah, this
is you think that ridiculous? Let's bring in Al-Zut.
How do you know about my favorite hadith?
Look. Here's the thing. You know, your moral compass is based on like, you know, like on your logic. Their moral compass is based on what Allah said. If Al-Zut was correcting, okay, so this means, okay, this is your moral compass, and you cannot say to them what Allah said is good. You should also go with the good, even though you're like, you know, your mind is glitching how it could be good. You know, they still go. That's why it's different. This one, the morals in the Christianity and in atheism and in Islam, they are different because one dictates their morals, the other ones they understand.
You want to know something mind-breaking? Regarding the Al-Zut hadith, there's two other hadiths. One is Sahih Bukhari, that says he has the strength of 30 men, and there's another hadith that runs a similar story of like the Al-Zut. And the consensus of the three stories together is back then, if a person's stronger than you, put their reproductive sauce or liquid on you, you gain their strength. So the 30 men that ejaculated on Muhammad, that's how he got his the strength of 30 men.
Yeah, I heard this somewhere. Yeah.
There's, I think some type of Christian or somebody did a video on it on TikTok and explained it. I was like, man, how are they able to find this stuff and put it together and come up with that conclusion? Well, my goodness.
Yeah, they had this kind of, like the Earl, it's not only, like it talks about the power, like, with the woman, and then there's like, also there's another parallel, I don't remember exactly what, when it's also being made the same way, they have the same pattern into, let's say, to obtain this kind of powers or something. So yeah, I mean, that were good explanation, but I don't remember like exactly what they put there.
Bro, they're like, yo, put anything on homie. We still got his back.
They find out that
They don't matter.
they'll say these are designed to test our faith, and it makes us stronger.
Yeah, I don't really think it's what's up. I don't really think it's gonna make a difference either way. That's what I'm saying. It's not a big deal.
Here's the thing.
You can put the most embarrassing hadith. It's not gonna mean anything, bro. It really doesn't mean anything. Like you can get them all together. They're all together not gonna make sense. So it doesn't even make a difference to bring them up.
I want to tell you where's the logic.
You're just proving their point every time they bring it up, kind of. It's not like you're bringing it up and they're gonna change their mind.
It'll say it's no good. This stuff's no good when it's coming from Islamic sources.
I mean, you saw Hamza. Hamza didn't even deny it, right?
Which one? The atheist one?
No. The Hamza, the one that they were talking about, the apologist.
There you go.
Yeah, he didn't say anything about it. He read it. He was like, I don't know what to make of this.
But Megatron, do you want me? I can troll you with this one on on behalf of their logic.
Okay.
Okay, so now imagine this. Okay, God comes and says, okay, sacrifice your son. Okay, would you sacrifice or not?
No.
Okay, but this is this, according to Abraham, what every Abraham did is good.
I'm just denying Abraham. I'm not Abraham. I'm good with that, bro.
Yeah,
Give yourself an Abraham. You came to me, I said no. Go to the next nigga. What the fuck I need to do it? I ain't doing it.
Yeah, so that's why, Abraham was so defended.
God tells you to do something. God tells me I shouldn't do a lot of shit that I do. That might be one of them. Oh, you gotta kill your son. All right, well, sorry. Yeah, I'm not doing that. Sorry. If you gotta ask me, that means I have the power to do it or not. So guess what? No, I'm not doing it. Is no one of the options? Okay.
Right.
Fuck. Oh, what do you mean you said no? So what the fuck you asking me for? Am I a robot? How you gonna say no? What do you mean I'm gonna say no? I'm saying no.
What if he said go on to the desert?
But he can make you want it, right? Do you admit that God can make you want it too?
That would sound like, that would feel like the devil.
No. He will want you to want it, guys. I'm not saying that he's forcing you to want it. He might change the sequences of your life. He might change your sequences of life in a situation that might lead to Megatron having a personality that can accept.
Like you might wait for a day you're pissed off at your son.
For example.
Nah, I'm cool being a regular dude and saying I didn't kill my son. Like I'm good.
Well, yeah, because you're not Abraham, right? But if I told you, do this, Megatron, and the whole humanity will remember you as a prophet and as someone in the history of humanity that changed beliefs and stuff like that. Would you do it now?
Now,
But now if I'm gonna tell you, well, no way, no. This is my son. I just brought him to life, and I'm just gonna marry. I just got married. I found my wife, and we're trying to find the American dream, and we're just trying to buy the mortgage out of the house, and just get out of my fucking mind and tell me kill my son. My son worth money. Maybe this is part of the point that you're.
That's why Muhammad said,
We're all gonna think the same way. We're all gonna think the same way. I'm not gonna say no. I'm with you.
you know,
I'm opening my mind to be a different me. You know what I mean? Because at the end of the day, it's a story that changed a lot of beliefs, right? So.
well, I have a different understanding of that story. I take it that message wasn't from the one true God. And he might have thought it was. And God stopped him.
Psychopath?
Well, he was in the land of Canaan, right? And they were doing those types of things there.
Right.
So, he might have, he might have got a little restless.
Nagging voice on his back of his mind trying to bring him to this kind of cult and culture, No, I got you now.
You understand? And then God stopped them. He was like, yo, what are you doing?
So God is good. So God is the checkpoint where people start to change from sons to sheep, which is good.
Well, it was always sheep.
It was always sheep and sons.
You know why?
But now the sons was
sheep
like
and sons.
the minus
Exactly.
one,
Look at Cain
the
and
minus
Abel.
one virgin. It's like the
Yeah,
minus
no.
one.
Cain and Abel.
No, that's a different.
No, this is right after Adam and Eve.
No,
This is early on.
I'll tell you what. Hear me out.
And we're going to go on this story.
Cain and Abel, I believe. I'm gonna tell you my opinion and take it or leave it. Okay. The thing is, Cain and Abel is the main purpose of the story is the evil and the goodness. Like the good and evil is the main key of this story. But Abraham and his son, it's about changing your belief that your son is part of you, and this is a human being, and a human life is very sacred because God wanted us to sacred yourself because you are being a part of an experiment that he's trying to show you.
I know you're a Christian.
No, he won.
I know you're a Christian. You're a Christian? Alhamdulillah.
By the way, there is a verse in Quran. I just was talking with someone a couple of days ago. Like he just reminded me
Which Quran?
The verse. I forgot it.
The Yusuf Ali.
I'm an ADHD, okay? So
I read Yusuf Ali, bro. Yusuf Ali is the
main purpose. The one thing
Which Arabic Quran is he talking about?
I was trying to tell you is the verses in Quran is we should be, as a Muslim, we should be equally valuing each prophet as well. So I'm not Christian. I am part of me believing the Christianity to the level of if someone tried to give me negative debate about Jesus was there or not historically or not, or just trying to be anything negative about the Christ, I'll be angry as well. I'll be defensive against it. I'll be like, you know what I mean?
Well, you kind of have a high Christology.
Yeah.
He was raised up alive. He didn't die. So that's still high Christology. You know what Christology means? Christology means like how much power you give Jesus. So it's showing that he's been elevated. You know,
that's the thing, guys. Okay, that's the thing. I'm having a religion that's giving me all the divinity of those people as prophets and even Muhammad. But at the end of the day, it's setting me free from any kind of totems or sacrifice kind of thing. And by the way, the sacrifice in Eid is not just you have to. And at the end of the day, you're not going to throw it in front of a mosque just to do it as for some kind of god that will need some food. No, you're going to go there, you're going to get the sheep, and you're going to distribute it for the poor people, and people will be eating from all of this.
Yeah, but Abel was the sheep herder. Abel was the sheep herder. You understand? He had the perfect lamb. Get it?
Abel. Who was Abel?
Cain was the farmer.
He has the Islam. Did he have the Islam?
Yeah, he had the lamb. He had the Islam.
That's a new one. That's a new one.
I just thought about it right now. Like, oh, he had the Islam.
Yo, that was good. That was good. That was good.
Lamb.
Yes, he was the sheep.
Lamb.
Right? Wasn't he the sheep? He represented the sheep.
Well, it's delicious for me. I love it.
That and the sheep, was God was pleased.
I tried pork. I didn't like it.
Yeah, no, God was pleased with the sheep.
Did he try bacon?
The bacon I liked better. The bacon was a little bit better. Okay, I can do it with some jalapenos and some cream cheese and in the oven. Okay, that's good. The bacon, but as a pork cooked and a stewed cooked meat of pork, no, thank you.
You gotta have some panini, bro. Yo, you don't know what you're missing, bro.
No. I just ate it like 2-3 times out of being okay. Let's try it. I'm having sex. I'm for marriage. I can drink alcohol. I'm not a perfect Muslim.
No, you're well. No, you're a perfect Muslim. You gotta have a little. You gotta have a little taste and everything.
For me, I felt like maybe when my stomach felt upset, it's just a sign because God is telling me, like, hey, you know what? It's not good. That's it. And I'm just like, okay, fine. And I didn't like it. I didn't pursue it.
You know what's the freedom? You know what's the freedom of being a Muslim? Is that like one day you could be like Jewish. You could be like really Jewish. And then the next day you could be really Christian. But you're still a Muslim.
No. Wait. It doesn't mean in a psychopathic way, in a way of being double personalities, multiple.
No, I know what you're saying. Yeah, today I'm really gonna follow the law. Like today, I'm really gonna follow the law. Oh, today, you know what? My faith is above all. You get what I'm trying to say? Like certain times you got like during Ramadan, you guys are like Jews during Ramadan. Then all the other times you're like Christian. You're like a Christian all the other times. I mean,
but if I'm gonna celebrate, if I'm gonna fast,
I'm observing Ramadan today. I haven't eaten at all today, and I'm awake.
You're a Muslim?
Jesus fasted.
Yeah, I'm a Bible only Muslim.
You're a Bible.
He's a Catholic. He's a Catholic in here. He's a Catholic. He's a Quran only Catholic in here.
He's a Quranist. But
he's a Quran only Catholic, yeah.
In the Bible world, okay.
Yeah, he sees that he says God.
Well, we have verse in our Quran. It says "Al-Injil fiha huda lin-nas," which means it have a guide to the light. The Injil is like that. So, am I Christian now? Yes, I will defend the Bible as well. I'm not going to talk anything about the
Quran is appealing to the perfect. It's perfect. It's perfectly.
You know what? I'm not going to give anything against. I'm not going to be on the side of Sahaba or Hadith or the disciples as well of the Christ, because I'm just going to take the main core of the whole religion, and I'm just going to listen about this Hadith and Sahabas and Luke, John, Mark, Luke, all these people for me are the same.
They're hadiths from the companions.
They're hadiths. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. But the Bible is
and tafsir.
And Quran, not tafsir.
Quran,
Bible.
Oh, we got the church fathers. We got the church fathers, so we got tafsir. You know.
Is every hadith like authentic or?
They don't need to be. Because it's just what people wrote at the time.
I'll tell you something. You want me to tell you my opinion about hadith if you want to follow or not?
No, I just want to know if they're authentic.
Well, definitely there are some of them are authentic. We're talking about what, around 600,000 hadiths.
There are no 600,000.
600,000. Do you want to discard all of them and just throw them all in the trash? Oh, come on. That's not logic. Okay, so now, which ones you go for it? If you want to go for this or that, you have to listen to the same story from a different view until you grab an own idea about how life was there and how this person might have an opinion about how he looked at it. You can get the truth out of it, but it's just a hectic way. It's better to take it as some guidelines, but not the main map of the Quran.
But how do you
or the Bible.
How do you fast for hadiths?
I'm sorry?
You need hadiths to know how you fast.
Well, I told you we're 600,000, so I might take up 100,000. What about the other 500,000?
But
No, I think I'll not pick. It's at the end of the day, I pick the Quran. And the Quran is the main guideline. I'll compare it to the Hadith. If the Quran is telling me something and the Hadith is directing me to a different thing, and then I'll take it as a way that the Hadith would have an opinion of a human that was living in an era, on a culture, in a period of time that might have his opinion about tafsir, about this verse, or about seeing something about Muhammad. He maybe focused on some actions that Muhammad did it in a couple of days, but he didn't do it later on. For example, you know what I mean? In Sunnah, for example, or in Hadith as well. He might change.
You know, there's a lot of videos out there, and I never see somebody in the masjid with the Hadith book open learning how to pray, bro. It's always somebody there teaching somebody how to pray. So this guy says, "Oh, how you gonna know how to pray? How are you gonna know how to fast?" All you gotta do is go to the masjid, and he'll tell you. So I mean, I barely see Hadith books out on the floor when people are praying, bro. So give me a break, man.
That's true. And I'll tell you something else as well. We took the salat of the Muslims by tawatur. Tawatur is the word of mouth. It's not by hadith, by written things. So it can be some things that we took it out of culture, like traditional actions that can be done, you know?
What is salat?
Like people. That's a big thing now.
What is salat, if you don't mind me asking?
That's a big thing because I'm a Muslim and I know that's 5 prayers and everything, but recently, a couple of years ago or something, I just went to a road more focused into the Quran itself that I didn't find anything in the Quran as important as Salah should be, right? So did God forgot to mention some details? He mentioned the wudu, how to get clean and wash your hands, with your elbows, with your feet, your face. Wow, he gave me that. But he left it opened when it come to the salah in a way of how-tos. Is that something was mistakenly forgotten by God Almighty?
What is salah?
Exactly. So I'm just giving you the beginning of how you can think about that. I want you to be free from all the traditional culture, salah that you can see in Jewish, in Christianity, in Muslims. At the end of the day, yes, there will be some kneeling in it. There will be some bowing to them, going down to the earth and to God. But at the end of the day, that's an extra thing if you want to get connected more to God. But you have to get connected to God even when you're sitting normally. You have to be connected to God when you're treating a plant or a tree or something, just a piece of nothing, like a piece of wood, you know? You have to be connected to, you have to have this kind of beauty of your soul that's connected to God, because God is the light and the beauty and everything. We are connected to this beauty. So nowadays, since we're having this kind of new civilization that we're calling into modernization and globalization and AI and all this stuff, actually we're exploring our human psychology in a very unique way.
I kind of feel misinformed. What is Salah?
Well, now I'm just taking you all over the place, but I just wanted to tell you that Salah is something that you needed to connect yourself to the matrix, which is God.
Is it prayer?
How did you see this Avatar thing? You've seen the movie Avatar?
It's
yes.
It's theosis.
Do you see that lady when they were trying to connect her hair to the tree? You see that?
So was she praying to it?
Salah means a connection. Salah is meaning connecting something to something else. So in Avatar, it might be as a human imagination, as the movie was thinking about being connected to the earth and the matrix and nature, and the nature is not what you should be praying to. Actually, you should be praying with the Almighty God.
So is Salah praying?
Praying. Now, do I know exactly how it should be as a how-to? Of course, I cannot tell you exactly.
Because there's a hadith about
if God Himself was letting it
This
free.
has to be a good hadith. This is your first and last.
all right. This
A lot of Muslim. I'm crazy in the Muslim world. I'm a little bit like, oh really? So Salah will take it. Yeah, because well, ahlan wa sahlan. Why not? Bring it on. Bring it on.
Sorry, can I ask something? Yes, sir. What's up, brother? Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Is Zaid al-Arabi authentic?
Sahih al-Bukhari. Well,
Yeah, that's why we call it Sahih. So yes or no? Just a question.
it's not a yes and no question.
Okay, but how you decide?
I'll tell you. How I decide, I'll tell you. Bukhari said there is a very famous hadith that من ارتد على ديني فاقتلوه. That's a Sahih Bukhari. On the Prophet Muhammad said that من ارتد على دينه فاقتلوه. What does it mean? Whoever converts back from Islam, like get out of Islam, kill him. That's simple hadith with all this, with these words. Now, this is what's said to hadith, okay, by what the Prophet said. Now, you want me to believe that the same Prophet said that he have a wahi from Jibreel telling him that God told him in his verses that la ikraha fid-din, that means you don't force in religion. Lakum dinakum waliya dini, another verse. You have your religion, I have my religion. This was when Muhammad was faced with Quraysh people, and he told him, you want to believe in whatever? Do it. I'm going to believe in whatever I'm going to do. They came to him. They offered him fucking the women, the money, the real estates, everything. He doesn't want it. So you take your religion, you keep it, I'll take mine. So that's how the main core of Islam. Now, if you want to tell me that Bukhari
Sorry, but that's not true.
told me that Prophet Muhammad said these words about getting converted and then get shot or killed.
But some things are good and some you just take the good ones.
Thank you. I'll take only the things that match the Quran.
But if you deny it, then you're in trouble.
That's why I told
No, actually, God said that.
That's why I told you at the beginning, it's not a yes or no question, right?
Yeah.
I told you it's not a yes or no.
Wait a minute. Like God said that we have to only follow His words, and if anything contradicting His words, we will not follow. And God said in Quran, "Lakum dinakum waliya din." So that means that anyone with any other religion, we do not have anything to do with it.
Ahsan.
If you're asking me the question, I want to ask you the question. Do you take Bukhari as yes or no? Do you believe in it?
Bukhari is a human being. You take like a human being words over God words? Are you kidding?
So you're gonna take a percentage out of 100%. You're gonna take a percentage out of it, not 0, but definitely not 100 as well.
Yeah, exactly. And anything contradicting Quran, we should not take it.
Inshallah. But you need hadiths to understand it. Isn't that right?
Yeah, we understand the Arabian people, like we understand Quran.
No, but you need hadiths to understand it completely. You need the context of the verses.
Actually, hadith, they were made just because to put some extra rules to follow these rules. Like it's the sunnah. Like it's not the main thing. And God in Quran, He said that you need to follow my words, which is Quran. You know, like He didn't say that you have to follow the hadith. Yeah, God said that you need to go ahead and follow what Prophet said, and you believe in Prophet, but like anything contradicting Quran, we cannot follow it.
But how do I know how Muhammad lived without hadiths?
Sorry?
How do I know how Muhammad lived? If I'm a Muslim, I must live like him, right?
Yeah, if you are a Muslim, you have to follow Quran first, which comes first, and then Hadith, yeah. I'm not quite sure what is your question.
Yeah, but there are many like problematic hadiths.
Yeah, problematic hadith from your side, like from your understanding, not me, not Muslims.
Word the question from my understanding. So it says that Muhammad married the 6-year-old and then slept with her when she was 9. So I just from my understanding, how can?
All right, sorry about that, guys. Yeah, we're not gonna have that topic in here.
Thanks, Mega.
Yeah, it's the best we can do. So I'm gonna Ramadan
Oh, it's fine, but you can keep him, but
That's not
Ramadan Mubarak.
Yeah, we'll give him a 5-minute break.
Ramadan.
Speech doesn't exist.
I was listening to the sister speak on the Quran, and a lot of my brothers who are Arab speakers, they could literally recite the Quran in Arabic, but even themselves have a difficulty understanding classical Arabic, and so they would have to undergo some form of training to actually understand the classical Arabic, even though they may speak the language.
You're not absolutely wrong, but for Arab speaker, it's easier. That's it. You're not absolutely wrong. There is words like in the classical Arabic that even the Arabic speaker have to study it again and again.
Exactly.
Yeah, but it's easier for the Arabic speaker to understand the language directly. That's it. That's the point she was trying to make.
So, what exactly is the topic here today? I came in at the tail end, so I just wanted to
Bible and the
get like a recap.
Guys, I just want to say I didn't mean it in a bad way. I'm just asking, so you don't need to answer, but just
Are you a Muslim, Brad?
I'm not a Muslim, no.
Oh, okay. Okay.
You know something. I can tell you. I can tell you something about the Islam. Like first of all, if you go to let's say the genesis of the Islamic genesis, Allah created Adam and then He called angels to bow down to him. Now, logically, I mean, why you should bow down only to Allah? But now Allah says, no, Habib, every one of you. Actually, it doesn't say everyone; it says angels. Bow down to Adam, and then have Injil that he resisted to bow down. I mean, like what the Muslims today do, they say, I will not bow down to any man. So Injil did this, not Injil, sorry, the Iblis. He didn't bow down, so he got kicked out. Okay, so now here's the thing. If Allah brings something even illogical to your understanding, and even immoral, as a Muslim, you need to obey it. It's not something you're doing good works, you're obeying Allah, even you don't understand. This is what I see in the Muslim. And even if you're gonna bring the hadith of the, Prophet Muhammad sleeping with a 6-year-old girl, I mean, you just need to accept it.
9 years old.
Listen, I don't want to keep dropping people, please. Can we pick it?
Okay, how about Elza? You have to accept Elza.
But as far as Prophet Muhammad, as far as the Quran itself, referencing a man making sense to Adam, I mean, we really only worship and only bow to Allah, but you have to remember that was by Allah's command, not by Adam's command, but that was by Allah's command to Iblis. And he rejected because he was proud, right? And so when you go into the word shaitan, the shaitan, which means far, distant, removed from truth or goodness. And so Adam or the Iblis rebelled. He was given a time. He was given an authority, but the authority was given to him. The command was made by Allah to make Adam, or to submit to Adam. So it wasn't like Adam saying, "Oh, submit to me." No, it was Allah giving authority or telling or giving a command to Iblis to submit, and he couldn't submit because he was proud. So it has nothing to do with worshiping Adam. There's no contradiction in terms of making obeisance to Allah.
Okay, now question: if there isn't a Bible verse that says, okay, there will come a prophet, okay, and every nation, every tongue shall worship him, and this is commandment of Allah. Would you do as Iblis do, or would you do what angels would do?
The thing is, angels cannot disobey. So the thing is, Allah says in the Quran that to every nation we have raised a messenger. So if Allah has commanded the believers to follow the messenger, honor the messenger brings a salat al-mustaqim. It is a messenger that brings a revelation of Allah, which is the straight path of Allah. And so being obedient to Allah is being obedient to his messenger. So the obedience is required of the believer to the messenger of Allah.
Yeah, even you understand or not, right? Like even if if it feels you're not even illogical, right?
I have a question for Saul before you answer.
Yeah.
You said even if the order seemed immoral to you.
Yeah, exactly.
So my question: how you define morals then? Is it something within or it's something above?
It's something given by God.
Something that is good is something what is bad. This is like
how you define what is good or bad?
Okay, first of all, if you go with, let's say I don't like, let's say something that I don't like, it's being done to me, I will not do the same thing to other.
It's subjective.
What I love being done to me, I will do the same thing to other.
That's subjective. That's your preference. It's not your preference doesn't define the morals of humanity.
No, this is constitution of the morality.
Who said so?
Well, can I add, brothers, really quick? The thing is, Allah's knowledge is infinite, and it is wisdom. If you go back into the Quran, you get a chance to see Moses walking with the wise men. In the Hadith, they refer to that wise man as Kitover, right? The green one, right? Moses was walking with the wise man, but the wise man was actually giving Moses commands that he did not understand, that on first sight that he thought was evil. He was giving instructions to destroy a wall, and that wall would fall on a child or fall under the people under that wall, and then the person would be crushed by it. And then Moses questioned the wise man and said to him, why would you kill or hurt these innocent people? So from Moses' limited knowledge and perspective in that surah, what was happening was an apparent evil. But then the wise man told Moses that you can't walk with me because you didn't have faith, nor did you actually have a comprehensive knowledge. So sometimes without limited knowledge or understanding a commandment from Allah through one of his messages, on the surface may have an apparent quote-unquote evil, quote-unquote evil, when really, when the wise man got through explaining to Moses, why did you kill the child? Why did you make the commandment to kill the child? Because the wise man said to Moses, because that child one day, his parents were holy and righteous people, and that child one day would cause their parents to deviate. Right? So again, on the surface, with limited knowledge, if you have to understand and trust in the goodness of Allah, the righteousness of Allah and his word, it's not about what appears. You mentioned something regarding the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, in his life. First of all, number one, it is typical in that time, and I don't want to go into it because I want to respect the believers and the brothers' wishes, but I'll say this. Number one, anytime in the ancient times, one of the ways that they began to facilitate matrimony, even they do it for different reasons, to establish blood ties, to establish relationships between warring tribes, to establish if brothers are being murdered at war, those commandments were given, right? But in reference specifically to the question that you asked is this. Sometimes, when you go back into the history of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, Aisha was 9 years of age. Now, we have no authentic hadith that says when, quote unquote, for the lack of a better word, that the Prophet Muhammad is doing exactly what you said that he did. One of my sheikh explained to me that at that time, they would he wanted to establish a blood tie between him and Abu Bakr. He wanted to establish a blood family tie between him and his brother. Not literal brother, but Abu Bakr himself. So through that, he would allow the future wife to come up into the household and custom of Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. He would understand his ways. He would understand his culture. He would understand how he practiced the religion of Islam, which makes it easier so that when she is of age, it makes the transition easier into marriage, into the greater relationship as she gets older. So yes, he did marry her at 9, and she did live with him, and she did live in the culture of Islam that was predominated in his household, and she did get to know him, but he did not enter her at a young age. So typically, at that time, That's why those things were permitted.
Sorry, but that's not true. You read something wrong.
Can you
The
say?
age is
Correct
married with 6.
me. Say it one time.
Because married with 6 and consummated with 9.
That does not exist.
Thank you.
But anyway, can I say something quickly? Hi. Well, I'm gonna add to your point, Jamie. Hi, everybody. I was sitting down. I was hearing you guys. For what you were saying, it's historically it's different. Okay, puberty age was different in the old age before being interrupted hormonally and with everything that's being happened. Even our grandmas in the Middle East, for example, our marriage age and maturity for women was completely different. A 15-year-old was and 12 were like fully mature women and married, and now even 30 we don't get to that level of maturity. So it's completely different, by the way, biologically and how would you say it, emotionally, if you may say. That's one point. The other thing, what you said, Jamie, this is one of the stories, but according to historians, there's two views. Some would say that according to the historians and the way that the age was calculated, she was above 9 because her sister Asma was, like they're referencing the age because there's as clear details on that. Yes, there's something a bit weird in the story of the 9-year-old because Sayyidah Aisha was married to Prophet Muhammad for 9 years. And then she was the one during that time who was responsible for communicating with the women and the fatawi that relates to women. And she had a really key part in her during that marriage. Was she like 6? Like if we're gonna add 6 to 9, what? She's like from 6 to 15 doing that. There's something that doesn't sit right. So for religiously, they're accepting the story that you mentioned, and that's what Juh says. Historians and Islamic historians are saying a completely different version of that she was 12 and then, or about 16, something between 12 and 16 years old, not exactly age, I cannot remember the details. And the other thing is, what is faith? Faith is believing in something that you cannot see. If you need evidence for everything, that's not faith. That's actually knowing by fact, and that's what science is. But faith and spirituality and belief, it's believing in the unknown, believing without knowing why, believing in something that is much bigger than you. And this is where people get stuck in the middle, right? And you need to understand something, either it's Christianity or Islam or any other religion. The whole idea of what we've been shaken in the past 60, 70, or let's say 100 years has nothing to do with religion. The more you create contradiction, the more you start picking those little holes, the more you get people away. But eventually, we all have one system. You would want to connect to your creator. Call it a mantra, call it tasbih, call it prayer, call it meditation. They're all the same. Even people who run away and go in circles because they're smart enough to not follow a stupid religion, they will come back to following new age spirituality and going like kumbaya on with everything. So it is all running in the same circle. So people should be a bit aware of why this is being done, why there's a lot of stories, why there's a lot of those nitty-picky holes. If you go down that rabbit hole, you get lost. But if you have a strong faith, even without I don't have a lot of answers. But because I believe blindly, people call me stupid. People call me I'm too smart to actually believe like that. But there's something that sits in the heart, and yaqeen, and knowing we know with our hearts, not with our minds. By the way, and even now science proved that we know by heart. Neurons on the heart are the same number of neurons in the brain, and the way that we connect and we know truth is different. Even when you feel somebody's liar, it's not the logic in the brain, it's clicking. Something in your body's not sitting right. It's like, I'm not feeling right with this Jimmy guy, but I don't have the logic why. And that's what is the heart doing. But when we talk about religion, Quran, Bible, whatever it is, you talk about it with logic, you will always find the contradictions, and you will always find the reasons to poke or to demean somebody else just because he's different than everything and all that. But for example, for us in religion, we're not supposed to do that. Neither to Christians or any other religion. لَكُمْ دِينُكُمْ وَلِيَ دِينِ. You have your religion and I have mine, I'll respect it. As long as that's your guidance to your God. At the end of the day, it's all the same story.
But if regarding
Sorry?
What you said, I found the hadith in Saif al-Bukhari 6130. Aisha said, I used to play with the dolls in the presence of the Prophet. And my girl's friends also used to play with me when the message of Allah used to enter my dwelling place. They used to hide themselves, but the Prophet would call them and join them to play with them. The playing with the dolls and similar images is forbidden, but it was allowed for Aisha at the time, as she was a little girl not reached the age of puberty yet. So what you said is in both ways false.
Do you know how you read hadith?
I read it out.
No. You know how you have to know the reference of it?
How?
No, because I know how to speak this in English because my education is in Arabic, okay? So I study all Quran and everything in Arabic. But when it comes to hadith, it depends on the reference. It depends on the reference. You follow the reference. It's the same when you read a book or something. You follow references. You follow the reference. Who was it said by? What is the sequence of it? And some of them are strong and referenced, and some of them are not. Yeah, maybe Jamie, can you say it in English?
Yeah, you're just talking about the train. There's a chain. There's a chain of there's a hadith chain. So when you were reciting when you were reciting the hadith, she was actually trying to figure out what is the chain of narration of that hadith that you just spoke in.
And there's some are strong, some of them are weak that are just not referenced. And what you're saying is like some of them are not referenced. By the way, if it's daif, it's not. If it's a weak
But
one,
every single one describes it as a little girl.
But Joseph, are you saying this act moral or immoral?
It's immoral to have something for 9-year-olds. I think
So,
you want your daughter to engage with.
on what principle you say it's immoral?
Because I didn't want my daughter to have something for 50-year-olds if she's 9 years old.
So you're basing the morality on your subjective.
I didn't realize that's what he was talking about. I'm sorry, you guys didn't hear. He sat on stage that long just to get to say that. He's sorry about that. Yeah, we can just pick up another.
Speak about morals or something else around.
I'll tell you, kick him. He's just talking. It doesn't mean he means it in a bad way.
I put him in the audience. I didn't kick him. He
but let's get to another point, okay? If you've been traveling, you've seen different communities. If you've seen the different communities, the age of marriage is a very subjective matter. I cannot be living in a city in modern life and judging people who live in rural areas under the same standards. It's completely different. And if you go to those societies, men are men at the age of 17. Oh God, like literally their full-blown responsibility level is completely different. And probably in the US, by the way, we have the same thing. It's like farmers have a different responsibility levels than kids are living in the city in the individualized concept of society. So society building and the way that we approach marriage and responsibilities and all these things are different from age to age. You cannot put a generalized age. As long as somebody reached puberty and they have the proper decision making and they have the proper mindset, you cannot put something as a number for all societies. You cannot. It's bullshit, by the way.
Like a question for Rahul, and I asked the question for Joseph, and the question never been answered. Like whatever act you're gonna pick and choose from the Islam, and you're gonna say that this act is moral or immoral. I want to know how you're going to define this act being immoral or immoral.
Morality is subjective to the environment, to the upbringing, to the set of standard beliefs in the environment in which you exist in.
But at the same time, you're saying there is no action
that is moral or immoral, depending on the environment. If the environment deem something as immoral, it become moral. If the environment deem something as the same thing as immoral, it become immoral. So the action, like for example, it doesn't matter. So there is no action moral or immoral. It's like the preference of the society at that time.
Right. Yeah. So I want to mention that some morals, and for the most part, yeah, they're subjective. But what you do have are practicality, or you do have things that, well, you would say, well, this is actually harmful or not harmful. So, like for instance, like it might be wrong for somebody to eat pork. That would be like moral, but it'd be right for somebody else. But what's objective is sort of the certain things that, like, how it affects the body. So if there's objective sort of scientific evidence that shows, well, this is harmful to the body, that would suggest that it's not a practical thing to do.
Well, if you look at it that way, you got to look at it. Our bodies are different, and what works for you may not work for me. It depends on a whole lot of variables. When it says this one thing does this one thing to everybody, and the only thing that I know that does that is oxygen.
Yeah, and like he said, body are different. It's a good thing, and science changed through the time. Like what consider like healthy, consider unhealthy in sometimes. So it depends on the development of science, and science kept developing through the years. So it's not like 100% true, but you can say 70%.
Yeah, to some extent, it is. To some extent, it is determined on your body. Also, to some extent, the science changes, but this is not obviously the case for everything. Nobody is able to say a cigarette is good for me, but it's not good for you, and no one can say that the scientific evidence is going to change the fact that smoking a cigarette or smoking chemicals or whatever the case may be is going to change. So yes, science does change to some extent, but also even some things are different. Like obviously, like maybe I can eat gluten, but you can't. But there are some things that are concrete and they don't change.
You're saying that like we don't consider the harm part. Actually, we consider the harm part. That part is already covered. Like the harm part, like we already have discussion about this, I guess, but we can revisit it if you want to, because there is strict ruling about the harm part in that category in Islam. So we consider that part also. But my question is not about the harm itself, because the harm doesn't necessarily have to be in the category of moral or immoral. For example, marrying multiple wives and marrying one wife. Some deem one act moral and some deem one act immoral. And there is no direct harm to the body, to each, person or something like that. So my question is not about the harm in specific, but it's a broader sense about morality. Because morality doesn't depend on the harm in particular, I guess, but it have a relationship with it. But my question is still valid. Like, if you consider only the harm, you will have multiple subject not being answered in the moral department. Like, for example, the example that Saul gave, like when he said, bow to Allah and bow to Adam. He considered bowing to Adam is immoral. He considered that. And there is no harm to it. So my question is, without overthinking things, how are you going to define what act is moral or immoral? With putting in the mind, there is some aspect of action doesn't harm. That's what fruits will your act bring? If I do something bad, then it will probably, the result will also be bad. If I do something good, the result will probably be good.
Yeah, that's partly what I was kind of appealing to as well. Is because morality is subjective, or what somebody deems okay or right or wrong is subjective, one way we can sort of both meet in the middle is through a sort of objective test. And so if we can test, because not everything may be able to be tested, but if something's able to be tested, like let's say for instance, like the fact that it's like dressing modest, right? If dressing modest produces better results than not dressing modest, then that would sort of suggest that, okay, maybe we should dress modest. And it doesn't have to be dressing modest. It could be anything, right? If there's any particular rule, and you see, like, even for instance, like when you're trying to correct your kids, and you're seeing, and maybe you grew up thinking, okay, if my kid does something wrong, I smack him, or I hit him with a stick, or whatever, I whip him with a belt. But if it's more effective to talk to the individual and to maybe tell them, hey, you can't do this or that, then that would suggest where the better direction is to go.
I just think you can define morality, like if it's good or bad. If you just, for us Christians, for example, if you follow the 10 commandments, I think it's so in English. Commandments. I'm not sure. Yeah, right. If you follow them.
Like when you say that something will end up good and bad, like we are turning in a circle, because morality is the question of good and bad. You can't say I will test the morality by the morality itself. It's like explain water by water. And on your point, Smiler, like forget the point, astaghfirullah.
Yeah, no, I mean, like, the thing I was saying is, like, sort of take morality out of the conversation, mainly because, like you said, morality is subjective.
But I don't believe that. I don't believe that morality is subjective. I believe that morality.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I believe morality is subjective.
Right. Well, would you say that for everything? Because, like, if not, or if so, how are you saying it's subjective?
No, I'm not denying the fact there is a room where the morality changes depending on the situation, and that be considered on the objectivity of it. Like the objectivity of the morality lets you wiggle in certain situation. I accept that. Like when you explain that before, I accept it and I take it also. But I believe that nonetheless, I believe that morality is objective.
I mean, once the parties agree, like, yeah, like if me and you agree, hey, look, we both believe in the Quran, we both believe in the law, and now between us, morality has become objective because we both go to the same guideline. But if me and you have a difference of opinion,
I could try, like, even if someone believes in someone like completely atheist, probably I can have a way to try to convince them that morality is subjective, like even without believing in God. Intuition is objective. Yeah, and intuition drives you to survive. So surviving is considered something objective in humanity.
I mean, I don't really believe in anything. Like, I don't follow specific or some direction in the absence of knowing. I just say that I don't know and be honest about it and open myself up to the knowing. And if I never get to that place, once I get to that place, then I know. But to agree and say this is the correct way when I know I don't know, then I just be lying to myself.
We can recognize the correct way, by the way. That's why we have mind. Like, we don't know the correct way, but we can recognize it. Do you agree with that?
Well, if using the word correct is having more desired outcomes than undesirable, then yeah.
But desire will like deceive people sometimes. The word desire.
Well, when I say desirable outcomes, meaning things working out in your favor more than not.
Yeah. Even so, like even when something working on your favor doesn't mean that something is moral. Like for example, you can be a banker and screw everybody up and take all their money, and nobody gonna catch you because you're playing with the law. So it works in your favor, but that I don't consider that act is immoral, and it fits your definition.
No, I think that was like a kind of a bad example. If she's stealing and she's getting
not stealing, scamming, not stealing, playing the law.
She's playing the law. So if you're playing the law, that means that you know that you're not the law. So right then you understand that what you're doing is wrong. Like you can attempt to manipulate yourself and lie to yourself.
But it's permissible by the law.
What you're doing, but you definitely know that's the intuition that allows you to feel that thing as soon as you do it.
My point is, what benefits you doesn't mean necessarily, or what benefit others, or what benefits you especially doesn't mean necessarily that is moral. It could be. I'm not denying the fact that it could be, but it can't be 100%. It is. Like the group and like there is morality of the individual and there is morality of the group and there is the morality of the different group, and when each morality intervene with other, mingle with others, a new morality will come up. You understand my view? Because it's more complex than like stealing or I don't know, killing or raising or something. I think the conversation is morality is more complex. And I want to reference something like 70% of the Quran is talking about morality. Like 70% is talking about story that give you idea about morality. And I think like the book, I think the Bible also, the life of Jesus also. So morality is the thing to think about. And this is my question, this is my first question. Where we derive the morality from then?
I think it derives from, me personally, I think it derives from the empathy center. And the empathy center is the same reason that when we see a baby go goo goo gaga, we go oh, or if we're watching something and the person hits their crotch on a pole, we go ooh. It's the empathy center that allows us to understand that I can understand what that feels like. So because I don't want to impose it on someone because I know it hurts and it'll probably hurt me too, then I build a sense of morality from that base. It says now because I don't want my stuff stolen, because I see how it is when people steal your stuff, then I'm not going to steal anybody else's stuff. This is how bases of moralities are found. And when you go to a book like the Quran or the Bible, they say, well, in this we have a belief that you only do X, Y, and Z. And then when they all agree, then that becomes morality based.
You know what? I don't completely disagree with you, but I don't agree with you. Because in my understanding, like as a human, there is a morality basis in us. Like we can recognize good and bad. There is basis.
That's the empathy center that I was speaking of when I initially spoke.
Yeah, but that base is not complete. That's my point. Like that base is not only not complete, it's sensitive. It can be affected easily.
Right. So the way that we understand that it's not complete is because when you go around another person who's living off different basis of morale, then you guys find a common ground of just let's respect each other. And because morality in what you have is incomplete, it's incomplete for a reason. So that you can, so that you can find a broader perspective and see that you can now coexist and co-create with people that you don't have 100% of things in common with.
Okay, that's good for the first part. How about the second part? It is easily influenced.
Yes, I think it is definitely easily influenced, but there's a caveat there. It's easily influenced to the gullible. It says, well, what makes you gullible? The lack of questioning. Because if you can question things for clarity, then therefore you're not easily convinced by way of other people's convictions. So therefore,
that's the trick.
Huh?
That's the trick of it. Like,
right?
You thinking you are not gullible is the base idea for you being gullible.
Well, see, the thing is a person can think what they want, but you can question as much as you need until you believe in your mind that you've reached a point of clarity. So therefore, as the person can say, "Oh, this person thinks that they can ask me enough questions and that they're not going to be manipulated." It says, "Well, that's what's going to stop the manipulation, because when I ask that 99th question and you only had 98 answers, then I become the problem, and then you show your hand." And it usually happens.
Your life is too short. Like, your life is, I don't know, our life, not your life. Astaghfirullah. I'm not saying that you can't.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, our life is too short. Like, we can't get the answer of every question. Like I said, like the morality conversation is so big, and like there is fact that we agree on. Like, we have basis as a human. We have basis of morality. Like, we can recognize it, and we already agree there is, and it is easily influenced to turn the other cheek. Like, to do the opposite. And we can see this in our life. Like, we see the bad things that happened in our life. That's a direct fact to support that morality is easily affected. So from these three facts, wouldn't you recognize that the one who implanted morality in you is showing you morality also?
You said that the one root what now?
The one. If we agree that we have a way to recognize what's good and bad, so we have like a code for morality in us, like intuition.
Yeah. I can agree with that. It's kind of like the code for the empathy center reads out morality in ones and zeros.
Yeah. So wouldn't you say that the one who put the code in us try to prevent us from be easily influenced in the world that we are living in, like the whole bed that we are living in? And you can't say like, I am not gullible, because the most of the world is gonna say the same thing, and the most of the world doing bad thing is the same thing. Like, the horrifying thing that we are living now is more than we've ever seen.
Right. So, I mean, I don't have a lot to do with what everybody else thinks and feels about themselves. It's kind of not my business. I definitely got the will and the idea to self-identify for the things that work for me. But when it comes to bad things happening and stuff like that, when I hear the people who speak of their religious beliefs and gods and stuff like that, it says, well, if you believe that God has everything in control and is all-knowing and omnipresent and has an order and it has a plan and all these other things, then for you to look at the world and how it's going and say that I wish it would change, that would be you interfering with God's plans. So now the question goes back to your morality. Is this idea on which your basis is founded upon? Do you even believe it? Because it's like you're trying to fix the thing that you say is perfect, put into duration. So the way that I look at this is like when I hear the people saying, why won't the world change and why can't everybody be happy and why all these bad things happen? It's like, this is the way it's supposed to be, isn't it?
Sorry, man. I have to do something. Sorry. I'll be back. Just 2 minutes.
That's what questioning does. Even life.
Yo. Sorry, to
Yeah, I think I need to go as well. I'm at work, so be later. I'll be back later on.
Dargis, how do you get?
Megatron. Megatron, you there?
Hello, is anyone here?
I'm here. I guess you and me at this point. Are you Muslim?
Not yet, I'm open.
Oh. What do you think of my photo?
What do I think about what?
My picture profile.
Let's see here. Who is that? I don't know who that is. Who is it? Is that a Kardashian?
Yeah.
And who's the other guy?
I guess her boyfriend.
That's my boyfriend?
No, her boyfriend.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know what I think about it. Why? What do you think about it?
I don't know. I was gonna ask. Because usually they're supposed to be dressed up when it goes to the site.
Are you eating a sandwich or a burrito or a falafel? Like, what's going on there?
Sunflower seeds.
Okay, can you just stop that when you're talking? It's kind of gross. Anyone else? No one else is in here? Read. Read what? What did you want me to read for you? Did you need me to read something from your book for you? Or is there something else? What do you recommend? Oh, I see. I didn't even notice the title, Bible and Quran. You want me to read the Quran? Parth, did you want me to read the Quran or the Bible or both, or what's your recommendation?
Yeah, you should read the Quran. You'll be better off. You take more of your style.
You think it holds more truth?
For you, yeah, because it's really simple.
It is? Can you
just what you need? You need something really simple.
Give me the takeaway.
I don't know.
You don't know? How did you determine it's
really simple. There's no Trinity. There's just one. There's one. There's one. There's one. That's it. That's all you gotta remember. There's one.
Okay. One what?
There's one. We don't know what the one is, but it's just one.
Oh, okay. But you recommend it. Okay. So you just recommend it for me or everyone? Sounds like you're agnostic to your position. That's fine. I'm open too. I'm agnostic, so. But it sounds like you recommend that I read the Quran as opposed to the Bible. Okay, I'll remember that and I'll spread the word for you. I'll let them know that Barth recommends the Quran over the Bible. Nargis must be getting her nails done or something, huh? Is that why she put that image in there? Because she wants people to know she's like some kind of artistic dancer or something. I don't know. Let me look at that. I gotta open this thing to see closely. Oh, she's got those kind of like little stumpy hands. She must be like 5'1". I bet you she's like 5'1". I think she's like, she looks like she's like a super artistic, like, I don't know, like just really, I don't know, I gotta think about some words to describe her. But it's very artistic. She definitely wants you to look at her hands, though. I mean, why else would you be a woman who chooses that picture in your PTR on a public platform, you know? And I respect her for that. I respect her for her art. years and what, because she's one of your you're not sure about that. You're agnostic on that too. Just for the record, I came in. I asked Barth what I should. He said read, and I asked him what does. I guess it's easier to digest or understand than the Bible, because he said it's just about one, as opposed to the Trinity. But I know that the Bible is a little bit split. Like there's a portion of it that's a little bit different than the Trinity. I think it's called the Tao. And so I'm just trying to learn. So maybe someone could help me figure out if I should read something different. I'm a little bit confused. But Barth did say that he recommends the Quran, or the crayon. I don't really know how you pronounce it. I don't speak Arabic or Aramaic or Dutch or whatever that is. I'm not really sure what it is. Are there any other recommendations in the room? Like anybody who might know what I should read? Let me see. Check the chat. He is trolling you. Okay. I don't know what that means. Is he? So he didn't mean that. He's trolling me. I don't even know what that means. I always think of fishing when I think they troll me. I figure it's someone like throwing a line and pulling behind a boat at a slow pace to fool fish. So not really sure what's going on there. And then this Nargis person, I think, is one of Barth's theater production students or something like that, because her PTR indicates portfolio or I don't know, something she presents to potential people that would hire her for a gig, you know, maybe an advertisement or wants you to look at her hand, and then also it's kind of flash dance to me, kind of 80s. So that's cool. So Nargis is probably just one of this guy's students is what I'm putting together here, because I don't know if you guys know, Barth is a New Yorker who runs a theater production company. And so that's why he's so good at this. And I guess it's just kids do some local advertising or something. I don't know. I've heard that he's in cahoots with Ted, the Jamaican guy with the modeling shirt in his PTR. I don't know if you've heard of him. But I think they do a lot of work together. And I agree, Islamic guidance, he's, I think he means well. I think he just, it's not that my head wants to explode. It's just that I try to understand, the hurdles he faced as a child, and I try to be empathetic to the pain that he's exuding most times he speaks. So I try to be understanding and patient with him, because he obviously, I think he's probably, I'm not going to go 89er on Islamic guidance. I'm thinking more like he could be like mid 90s, which is still below the average, at least in the United States. I'm not sure what it is in Muslim countries where they have Sharia in play in their society. And I haven't, honestly, I've asked Muslims what they recommend I look into. I haven't gotten a straight answer. So I don't know what the average IQ is in those Muslim-run countries that are Sharia-based, but that's kind of how I approach Islamic guidance. So yeah, I hear you. It is. I agree with you. I just don't know what he needs, and if he needs something from me, I'm willing to, with open arms, provide that for him the best I can. So. Oh, Caleb lives in here. I'd refreshed. Caleb's here. He is a Torah expert. So I don't know if he would go against the recommendation that Barth just provided with regard to what Holy Scripture I should focus on. You weren't in here, I don't believe, unless you were. I hadn't refreshed my screen, but Caleb, he recommended the crayon to me. He said it's simple, more simple than the Bible. And it's all about one or something, which I don't think applies to your version of the Bible that you focus on, because I know that you focus on the front part of it, which I don't think has anything to do with a triune of celibate male father figures like the second part does. But I could be mistaken. Does the front part of the Bible have a triune entity? It's hard for these gentlemen to describe. I don't know if I'm familiar with it, and you can help if you'd like, if you can come up. And for the record, I'm still waiting for Caleb to let me know what role his, I know he's an atheist, but he has like a story that he is an expert in. And I don't know what role the invisible boss of the Torah is playing in Gaza currently, or in Iran. I just wanted to know, because I keep getting mixed messages from local spokespeople from the White House, as well as the spiritual guidance coming from within the White House. And then also the top brass of the U.S. military industrial complex, we now call it Department of War, led by Pete Kegsbreath. I was just wondering, is it a holy war? Is this a supernatural real estate deal? I'm trying to figure out what role exactly the Yahweh is playing in Gaza and Iran currently, because I'm hearing that it's a spiritual and holy war that is ushering in the return of Jesus through an orange psychopath that rapes children. And I just wondered if you had any input on that, because I'm not really getting the clear story. So if you could help with that, it'd be greatly appreciated. Thanks, Caleb. Caleb, you can just hear me, so you can just put it in the chat. Okay, I'm happy to help you, dummy. Oh, I guess he's not speaking to me. Were you speaking to Barth? Asking if he needed help modding the floor here? Barth, I think Caleb is saying he wants to help you mod, because he said he wants to help you, dummy. Okay. Anyway, so that's the question on the table I have for Caleb is, as a rabbi who doesn't believe in God, just recognizes and perpetrates a story of old, is Yahweh responsible for something in Gaza? What role is Yahweh playing in Gaza? And is the White House, the press secretary for the orange pedophile, the top brass of the U.S. Department of War, led by Ken Kegseth? I'm sorry, I keep getting confused. That's Ken, what's his name? Peter Kegseth. Pete Hegseth is the Secretary of War, but I think he changed that too. I think he didn't like the term secretary, it was too feminine. So he now is the CEO of War. But all the representatives and their spiritual representatives are saying that this is now a holy and spiritual endeavor, ushering in Jesus through violence and man-made weaponry. So I just wondered, is this accurate information, Rabbi Man, or not? And as a follow-up, for a different region, slightly, what role exactly have you determined your story God, is it? I don't know if it's a real God. I can't remember who believes that, but at least as part of the historical documentation that you guys perpetrate, does Yahweh play a role directly in Gaza? Those are my questions. So if you're ready to come up, you can just so we have the mods here, bring me up. Are any of the mods there? Yeah, I'm not a mod, but you're more than welcome to come up. See, there he is. Rabbi, what role is your story God playing in Gaza currently? That would be the first question, because I've asked it a number of times and it hasn't been answered yet. Could you?
My story is which way the shekel goes is the way I go.
The freckle?
The shekel.
Shekel. Hold on, let me look that up. Is that a monetary piece?
Yes.
Okay, I'm seeing. What does that equate to in U.S. dollars? Because I'm kind of stupid.
Let me see. It's always changing.
Okay, it's 32 cents. So like a third of a dollar. So you just go by so let's just call it a quarter. Like for me, it'll make it easier for me because that's what I relate to. It's U.S. monetary numbers. Interesting. Okay, so you go the way of the quarter. Okay. That's interesting.
Money.
Is there anything else you'd like to contribute?
Yeah. shekel.
All right. That's good. That's good advice. Anything you'd like to close with before you go back down to the audience?
Before we go down to the audience,
yeah, weren't you just on your way down?
Maybe.
Okay. And you're more than welcome to stay. Again, I'm not hosting this. This is Barth's room where he told me that I should read the crayon and not necessarily the Bible because it's too complex.
What's your foundation right now? Are you agnostic, atheist, or?
Yeah. All that stuff. Whatever you want. You know what? I'm just going to go with what you want. What do you want me to be?
I don't know. It's up to you to decide. Are you going to go by someone's standards because they label you?
Or isn't that what you've done? Aren't you going by God's standards?
I can't label you. I don't know your thought. I don't know your heart. So how can I label you?
Well, what do you think I am?
Well, I think you're some guy. I don't know your intentions just yet.
Well, you didn't ask my intentions. That's a different question. I thought you were just asking about my spiritual God belief position.
How would you describe yourself? In that standing.
Mostly like a humanitarian. How about you? What would you describe yourself as?
A rabbi.
Oh, okay. So are you well versed in the Torah?
I know it's quite well on this way.
Mm-hmm. And what do you think of the Goyim?
What is there to think?
I guess not much. I've only heard negative things.
What's negative about them?
They're not Jews. Yeah, bad, right?
It's not necessarily being Goyim is bad, because there are two types of people out there. There's the Jew and the person who wants to be Jew. The Goyim are the ones that want to be Jew.
Oh, okay. So the Goy are Gentile, non-Jew, sometimes in a pejorative sense. Well, I'm not a Jew, so I don't qualify. I'm confused. Maybe you could help me out there, because since you're a rabbi. Is that a prerequisite for being a Goyim? I have to desire to be a Jew? Is that?
No, that's already in your nature.
Is me wanting to be a Jew?
Yep.
Oh, okay, so it was just repetitive for you to say that. Okay.
So, desire a better quality of life, a promotion at your job or career, better quality of food.
Okay. So it's kind of like a fraternity, like I want to join a fraternity.
I wouldn't say it like that.
Would that be kind of accurate, though, even though you wouldn't say that?
That'd be kind of very vague.
Oh, well, I feel like that's kind of what you just did. I'm just curious as how it differs from being in a fraternity.
The thing is, you're trying to comprehend the scope of the magnitude, but the thing is, how can you visualize a color you have never seen?
Rabbi, I hate to say it, but I think your reception is compromised because it's kind of breaking up and it's kind of eating and then maybe from reception. I don't know if you're speaking or not, but it's just not.
There's somebody walking by, they're eating sunflower seeds.
Oh yeah, that was you earlier. So someone else was eating sunflower seeds in your midst? Interesting.
Yeah, there was somebody.
Well, is there anything else you'd like to share? Is just like a general declarative statement, or do you have any questions for me personally that I could help you with?
Is it better to be agnostic or atheist?
I think it's on a case-by-case basis. Additionally, I think you can be both, since one deals with knowledge and the other deals with belief. So I think you could be an agnostic atheist technically, but adding the agnostic to it is uninformative at best.
Which one deals with the science and which one deals with the belief?
Well, I don't think either of them deal with science necessarily directly. I think that if you believe something, it could be incorrect. And if you know something, you would have stronger evidence for that belief.
Because atheists don't have science. Just because they don't have a relationship with a creator doesn't mean that they have proven anything.
Okay.
There'd be another thing to say, hey, I did the research, I found the evidence, there's no proof of this, this is why I'm this. Now, that could be more respectable. But the thing is, they can't do that because there's overwhelming evidence.
I'm sorry, did you inform me of any new information so far? I'm just trying to figure out where you're going with this.
I mean, you can go outside and do a 360-degree circle and see all the evidence.
The evidence for what? I'm sorry?
The evidence for a creator.
Oh, okay. That's cool. Well, yeah, I mean, I think that's what Barth was saying, is that the evidence of Allah is more important than, I think, the one that Torah describes. Do you disagree with that sentiment?
Well, the thing is, the Quran, it bows down to the Torah. If you look at the Surah 3:3, 447, 568, 1094, 3171, I think I mentioned 1094, they bow down to the Torah and they say, go to the people of the book and they're going to judge by their criteria.
Okay, so you recommend both then, is what you're saying?
No, if you're going to go somewhere, you might as well go right to the top.
Okay.
The top is being the Torah.
So you do recommend the crayon?
The Torah.
The Torah. Okay. All right. Well, I'll consider it. I do a lot of writing and reading and other demands, but I will look into this spiritual guidance book. Could you just maybe help me? I was speaking with another gentleman earlier who was in this room, and I asked him for some of the main takeaway points, and he bullets kind of the elevator speech for the Torah, and they couldn't really give me any. Do you have anything for me?
There's two types of people. You got the chosen and the goyim, the one to be chosen. Who are you?
Chosen, first off, by whom and for what would be my follow-up questions before I answer them.
That's why you need the Torah.
Oh, okay, then yeah, I'm chosen.
You haven't read the Torah.
Well, what, are you chosen?
You gotta read the Torah and figure that out.
Are you chosen, Rabbi?
Have you read the Torah?
I'm asking you, are you chosen?
I don't want to give you the answer before you read the book.
Well, what if I'm not a good reader?
Then I don't know.
What would you recommend then? Do I need to be a good reader to understand?
You go to the synagogue and you have the rabbi read it to you.
Oh, okay. So one of your managers? like an older gentleman that's better at this than you are?
Better than what?
Explain to me if you're chosen, because I mean you don't know if you're chosen, so you need me to talk to another man about your status.
I can give you the answer, but I don't want to spoil it.
Okay, so is this important information? I guess I'm just missing the value proposition here. What's going on?
Are you gonna have to read the Torah and then look for yourself?
Yeah, but like I said, I'm not a good reader, so I just wondered how to attain this understanding. And you said go to another man so he can tell me if you're chosen or not.
So let me guess. So one of them was gonna come in later on and say, "Oh, the Quran is true." Now what are you gonna do? Go to the Quran next?
No, I'm gonna still ask you, or I guess one of your handlers, if you're chosen. Because that's the answer I'm looking for. Are you chosen or not, Brett?
You're gonna have to read the Torah. And plus the Quran says I'm chosen.
Oh, so you are chosen. Okay.
But I wanted you to read the Torah to figure it out.
Well, like I said, it shouldn't really matter what I read. I just wanted to know what you thought you were, and I guess you revealed that. I guess I must have like tricked you somehow into revealing that secret. So.
And what if I told you, if you go to Evangelion, you read it for yourself, and it shows you where you're chosen? Would you accept it?
Well, I already told you that I am chosen.
But how are you chosen?
I don't know. You just asked me my opinion, and I chose that one. It was easier for me to answer the question than it was for you. So I feel like I'm just more confident in my position than you are.
How can you explain it, though? Somebody asks you how you were chosen.
I was chosen by the forces of the universe.
That's not even an explanation. That's just a drive-by. That's just
how are you chosen?
Oh, easy. Somebody used to ask me. By the crucifixion and resurrection of the mighty Yeshua HaMashiach, Lord and Savior, true living God, the one who took our place on the cross and resurrected on the third day.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So is that how you're chosen? That's how people are chosen?
Oh, yeah.
All right. Good to know. Well, thank you for the information. Yeah, I guess I fit that bill as well. Thank you. I didn't know the actual whole backstory and how I was chosen, but now I do. Thank you.
And all atheists are gay.
Interesting. Okay. Is there anything? Are you under the impression that you choose to be gay, Rabbi? Do you choose to be gay?
Sorry, I'm not atheist, so I wouldn't know. I'm not gay. I'm not atheist.
Do you think atheists choose to be gay?
You're gonna have to go to an atheist person because they intentionally do what they do.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess I'll just wait for an atheist to come up to us. Because as far as I've been led to understand by talking with at least Christians, and I can't speak for you because I don't know your persuasion or your spice that you prefer, it seems like they struggle with deciding whether or not to make out with a dude if they're a guy, like on the daily, maybe on the weekly, and if they're a woman, I guess they struggle with deciding if they want to make out with other women since they choose to be gay.
You would have to go to an atheist.
Yeah, I was just sharing information with you about Christians. Christians are, at the very least, bisexual is what I've learned.
Why were you talking about the gay Christian? You just left because of you.
I'm not really sure.
Yeah, but for the most part, atheists are gay. They're stupid. They're dumb. They can't agree on one thing, and then they try to use science, and it backfires when it comes to the God particle.
Interesting. You know, now that I've spoken with you further, I'm realizing you're very intelligent. I haven't.
What standards are you using?
I'm sorry, what was that? Your mouth seemed full.
No, somebody walked by.
Somebody walked by?
Yep.
And that prevented you from speaking clearly?
Yeah, because I was listening to you.
Oh, okay. So I was asking you, are you, what's going on? Are you ready to talk?
I'm ready to talk. I'm sitting here in the restaurant, though.
Oh, you're in a restaurant. Okay. Is it kosher?
Yeah, they have sunflower seeds.
Awesome. So, I guess I'm a little bit confused. You are a rabbi, but you're also a Calvinist, is that right?
Who said I was a Calvinist?
Well, I thought you were chosen.
The only thing Calvin would be about me is maybe Calvin Klein, but I'm more of a regular type of man.
That's good. Is there anything else you wanted to present to me to help me do life better? I mean, it's been wonderful so far, and you are a very intelligent person. Like I said, I don't want to misgender you. You haven't yet told me what gender you are, but that's fine if you're fluid. I get it. You know, you do you.
Why is there a resounding amount of homosexual atheists?
I don't know. Is that the case?
It seems like almost at the point where you can't even tell the difference because they run parallel.
Interesting. Yeah. See, it's funny. What I've also noticed too is when I talk with rabbis, imams, and all the different religious persuasions and stuff, they're very, very concerned with homosexuality. Is there any particular reason for that?
I don't know. You're gonna have to ask the homosexual atheists. Why is that?
Oh, okay. Well, I guess Well, they don't really talk about it when I'm around atheists. They're not really talking about that kind of stuff. It's usually just the religious guys like you. So
I figured maybe your cohorts would know.
Yeah, like I told you, I just told you I'm not really familiar with it, but the religious people are always talking about it, so I thought maybe you'd know.
They would probably mention it because when the atheist person comes in, they start talking about their pride, how they want to be acknowledged, how they want to have their own month. So then
I'm sorry, it cut out. Someone walked by. Were you talking about religious people?
Oh, atheists. They come in, they want their own month.
Atheists, sure enough.
They want their own month. They want to put on makeup. They want to be unproductive.
Interesting. Yeah, I guess I just don't know any people like that in my social circles, friends and stuff. But I mean, is this like a major part of your life? Is that why you're so concerned with it?
I don't know. You have this religious room here. You have people of different faiths coming here, and the atheists, they come in here with their pride. And that's how I became aware of that.
Okay. Well, I don't want to make you feel uncomfortable. Is there something that I could do to soothe you? Because it sounds like it's kind of troubling.
Oh, how's it troubling to me?
Well, you keep talking about it, and I've told you, I'm unknowledgeable of this myself, but it sounds like it's a major part of your environment. Do you have a lot of people around you that are making you feel uncomfortable?
Well, you asked me a question, and then I explained to you. But the thing is, it's not so much as uncomfortable. I just find it weird.
Yeah.
Like, why do atheists prefer men?
I haven't run into many atheists that feel that way. Most of my friends that aren't of persuasion, such as yourself, haven't really found anyone as disturbed about it as you are. But I mean, you can go ahead here. I'm gonna mute up while you just voice.
They don't have concerns or anything like that, or fears. They just come in here and they start profaning their homoerotica.
Go on, you have another like 60 seconds or so, go ahead.
No, that's all goes in. That's all I know. But they go into the details when it comes to the homoerotica.
See, now I'm confused because far we've been talking. You okay? Well, so this
no,
isn't my. You know, I guess we've had it.
So if somebody talks and they say doctor a few times, does that make them a doctor?
Is that
it's a good question. So if somebody says that gay people come here and then they go into detail about their homoerotica, then how does that make the person saying that gay after hearing all that gay stuff?
Yeah, I'm just a bit confused. You're asking me questions I told you that I don't know the answers to, but it sounds like this is something that's a major part of your life. Are you currently seeking like therapy, or do you have a life coach that you're involved with?
I think that's a question for atheists.
Well, what I would recommend is going into, there's a room, they regularly hold scheduled events. It's called God Talk, and it's an atheist room. It's hosted by Andrew R. He's an atheist, and he has a lot of atheist mods. You might want to go in there and just maybe inquire with.
Yeah, there's a lot of gay atheists out there.
Okay. Yeah, like I said, the atheists that I know in my friend circles and social spheres are mostly just kind of boring, straight cis guys. But what's interesting to me, and like I was posing earlier, is that all of the Christians that I talk to, every single they're always telling me how being gay is a choice for them. And so I'm just under the impression that each day, if it's a man who says it to me, that they choose to want to make out with a guy, and then maybe the next day they don't have to have that choice on the table. Is that kind of what you experienced with all your people that you've spoken with? I guess the waiter came to the table.
The atheists are Muslim because they deny the crucifixion and resurrection. And the other thing too is that's why you see like the Muslims and the atheists usually scissoring together.
Okay. So you're talking about the females. All right. So you're saying that of the female Muslims and atheists. Okay.
When did you hear female?
In the circles I run, scissoring refers to women putting their vaginas together and kind of rubbing and doing different motions.
Interesting. So you have this condition called selective hearing. You only want to hear it and choose not to hear it.
Yeah, and I would think that might be, if that is the case, then I guess you can relate that to how the Christian has to deal with choosing whether or not to make out with a guy when they wake up in the morning, or the next day want to make out with a gal.
That's an atheist thing right there. That's not a Christian problem.
Well, I'm just saying from my experience, that's all I can relate to. I don't know.
Well, I would see that you do have that experience because you come from that, I guess, that circle, let's just say.
Okay. Well, I feel like we've kind of covered a lot of bases with regard to that narrow bandwidth of subject matter. Is there anything else you wanted to talk about as a rabbi?
What is there to talk with an atheist? You know, atheists have a different understanding, you know, versus a Christian. Because the atheist is going to try to bring up homoeroticism when they can, where they can, and talk about pride and how they love Pride Month. And the Christian's going to try to be logical, but the atheist is going to try to go right back into Pride Month and how they love to wear their favorite lipstick and it matches with their underwear.
Okay. Well, yeah. I mean, it sounds like you do, in fact, want to get into a lot of detail about homoeroticism and much on the forefront of your. I don't want to say that you're low IQ. I mean, it sounds so far that you're about a 95, and as a religious person, this is like normal for me. You just want to talk about gay shit. So if you have any questions, I'll do the best I can. I'm trying to be really empathetic for you because it sounds like the life coaching isn't working. Like maybe you need to seek a life coach that's available to you more than once a month, because there are people available online like once a week.
But that's the thing, religion is man-made. So by that notion, all religions are gay. Just go to the truth. Don't be one of these atheist religions. Don't be going out there professing your homoeroticism.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's sound advice. I don't surround myself with people that are hyper concerned like you are like that. So I guess, are you in Arkansas by chance? Is that where you're born and raised?
You strike me as somebody from like maybe Washington State, maybe a small town called Chad that briefly existed, or maybe San Francisco, California, known for their homoeroticism in the 1980s where it peaked.
Interesting. That's an interesting take. And I do appreciate your insight into more details about homosexual things. I'm starting to feel like you might need a specific type of therapist. Let me look some things up for you. I'll try to help you.
Look at him, always looking up some type of homoeroticism. That's the problem with these religious atheists.
I'm going to link you in the chat with someone are you from Oklahoma or was it Arkansas? I didn't really get a straight answer.
Are you from San Francisco or Washington State or Oregon?
No, I'm not.
Why do I strike you as somebody cultured from Arkansas or Missouri?
Can I be heard? Am I audible?
Nobody's stopping you.
I was just asking. You can't hear me?
I can hear you now.
Okay, great. What was the question? I'm sorry.
Do I strike you for somebody refined, like somebody from Missouri or Arkansas?
For the latter part of the question, yes. For the front of the question, no.
Can you explain why there is resounding homoeroticism in the atheist, gay, homosexual groups?
Again, no, I don't have a lot of experience with that, but it sounds like you do.
I don't know. I was gonna ask you. That's your people.
Are you sure I'm audible? Because it sounds like you're not hearing what I've said about 4 times, but that's okay.
Maybe it's not what I'm hearing. Maybe it's because you can't put words together.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. I just wanted to make it clear that so far, let me just get here. I'll just try to steal it, man.
Why are you always talking about men?
Yeah, let me try to steal man real quick. You're from a region of the country, possibly Arkansas, possibly Oklahoma, and maybe Missouri. We haven't determined yet. And you surround yourself with a lot of homoeroticism that you are trying to understand for yourself. And you are asking me what my experiences are, and I've told you, I think we're going on 5 or 6 times now, that I don't have a lot of experience in that realm, such, like you do. Do I got have this straight? No pun intended, I don't want to scare you.
I'm gonna try to make it as simple as possible. Very simple. Let me use a simple analogy. You're pretty much saying you're not gay, but yet you're homoeroticism. It's like going to a doctor. They have a doctor from 10 years ago. They own their own practice. And they don't say that they're a doctor, but they have their credentials on them. They have their certificates. I would presume that's a doctor. So when I say that, I would presume you're homoeroticism because you're an atheist.
Okay, yeah, and that's a fair point. And I'm not going to judge you for your perspective. You're able to have your own thoughts and ideas. Again, I'll just state it clearly. Social circles I run in, of the atheists, as you keep referring to, they're mostly just boring, straight, cis. And then what I've been learning about Christians especially is that they're all bisexual because they have a hard time deciding to be attracted to men one day or choosing to be attracted to women the next.
Well, it's interesting you come up with that conclusion when atheists are intentionally misguided. So they don't know the truth between up or down or left or right. Like, why do you guys prefer men when women have buttholes also? It's something I won't understand from the atheists. Like, why go to the men? Women have buttholes also. Hello?
I'm sorry, my girlfriend just got back from a walk. And ironically, she mentioned that she saw butterflies in the park by the creek, so it made me think of you, because in Spanish, mariposa means gay man. So are you? Did I steel man you properly? Like you surround yourself with a lot of homosexuals?
I'm sorry, that's an atheist understanding.
Okay. Well, again, like I said, Christians, they let me know that they choose to want to make out with dudes sometimes, or they choose to want to make out with girls sometimes. Is that your experience? Is that why you're so bothered?
Well, the thing is, the confusion lies in the atheist community. That's why they gave you guys a whole entire Pride Month for you guys to make up your mind, and that's still not enough.
Okay, again, like I said, I'm not privy to this. Are you in Arkansas or are you in Oklahoma? I want to write this down quickly. Which one?
Let me look up. Let me look up homoeroticism capitals to probably determine.
Yeah, I would look up regions of the United States with the most child pornography. And again, I've offered you to diversify the subject matter, and I know that as a religious person, this is very much a part of your life, focusing in on this stuff, which it isn't for me. That's why I'm actually fascinated by this conversation. You taught me a lot of people, so I'm open. I'm not going to shut you down, man. I mean, look, I have offered to give you a life coach link. That's a weekly thing instead of just the monthly one that you're currently with. And if you need more advice on your sexuality or you have any questions about people's sexuality and activities, I can kind of direct you, I guess. I can help you out. It's just not something that I'm familiar with. And I do want you to feel comfortable in this conversation. I know that this subject matter is really pressing for you in whatever region of the world you reside in. So I don't want you to feel like I'm not open-minded to your plight. Because I do want you to feel comfortable.
So I literally typed in on one of the best search engines, atheist homo gay cities, top ranking, San Francisco Bay Area, Portland, Oregon, Seattle, Washington, Washington, D.C., Chicago, Illinois.
Yeah, you're right. That's good. See, you already had like an intuition for where most of the gate.
Austin, Texas,
on the West Coast. See, you were right. You do have a natural draw and magnetism.
Boston, Massachusetts, Vermont, statewide. You strike me as somebody who voted for Gavin Newsom and Bernie Sanders.
Okay, interesting. That's interesting information. Like I said, I do appreciate all this information. I learn a lot about gay things and homosexual things, and trans fears, and all the experiences that you guys have with Muslims and Christians alike.
Would you like to know what a gay atheist looks like?
Would I like to know? If you feel like sharing, I'm not going to shut you down. Go ahead.
Oh, easy. Next time you're applying makeup, look in the mirror.
Okay. Anything else you wanted to cover before we move on to the next subject, or did you want to continue delving into the details of your homoeroticism and your concerns, your sexuality, and that and others?
Well, the thing is, I can't enlighten you on homoeroticism.
Anything you want to close with?
The thing is, I can't enlighten you on homoeroticism. If you want to enlighten yourself on it, just look in the mirror.
I'm glad that what turned you on first, though? That's what I'm curious about. Was it my voice?
Sorry, I'm not atheist.
Okay. But was it voice, or was it something?
I wouldn't be able to say because it's something atheists look for. You're gonna have to go to a library of atheists. Yes, the library of atheists, which is awesome.
Find one of those because I haven't heard of that. What's a library?
Oh, it's spelled like this. Get a pen and paper or a colored crayon.
Well, that's what we were covering.
G-A-Y.
Part about the crayon.
Okay. Let me.
If you recommended the crayon before I read the Bible.
All right, check this out. This is how you spell gay library or atheist library. It's spelled G-A-Y space B-A-R.
Okay. Thank you. That's an interesting word. I'm going to write that down. I appreciate that. Is that your close? Do you want to cover any more of your turmoil before you move yourself down to the audience, or is that it?
I don't think I'm necessarily doing something or saying something bad. Unless what I'm saying is bad is the observations that are being made by looking at the atheist community.
Oh yeah, no, I haven't labeled anything you said as bad. I just want you to feel comfortable in these discussions because I know this is more of your world. So I don't want to feel like a stranger. You know, I want to be warm and receptive toward you. And
So there's a lot of that in the atheist community, reception.
Interesting that you've encountered. That's good. Because it sounds like that's something you seek is receptive.
They go to these schools, they get their 4-year degree, 4-year master's, and then they're working reception at the Starbucks. Is that fair to say? Christian, start up a room or something. I'm not sure if they're letting people up.
Well, thank you. Thank you for the insight to your people's psychology, I guess. I don't know. What do you want my takeaway to be here?
I hope I'm not turning you atheists on.
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to speak for that. But for me, no. You don't have to worry. I'm not going to... Again, I don't want you to feel uncomfortable. I think that you're a nice person, and I respect your journey into your sexuality. And again, I can recommend some therapists in the chat that are more available to you. Did you have any other questions for me before you leave? All right, I guess not. That was not interesting at all. Anyone else want to try?
You guys are really running a tough ship over here, Supermods. Honey, I wanted to apologize and say I'm sorry. Maybe I was a little cruel by enjoying you being compared to CM in terms of IQ, but you're still here talking, and so just wanted to come and say hello and let you know I've decided to move on from Clubhouse. I'll be deleting the app shortly, and I will no longer be speaking to any one of you ever again. And so I just want to wish you all well, especially Daniel and Megatron and Narjas, my close Clubhouse friends. But I will not miss you, and I will be deleting the app. And I wish you guys well in your fake universe, as if this was like Roblox or something, in your in your actual real lives. And I'm glad you guys can finally admit that it's just a video game, really.
And it's unbelievable how much time people will spend playing this video game known as Clubhouse. But is there anything you'd like me to, know about you personally, as opposed to just like superficial, huge wastes of time and just filler material for probably what we would call mild depression, lack of motivation, lack of insight or foresight or any kind of goal or any actual, desired end state whatsoever. So, kind of basically like failed science. People like to say, people here are hypocrites because they're theists or they're low IQ because they're atheists. I'm just saying that, is there anything you want me to take away? Or you just, because the wisest thing I ever heard from somebody was a tenant moving out of one of my buildings, and he just looked at me. There was no conflict. He solved the conflict by just saying, be good. Be good. That was all he had to say to me. I was like, be good. That was it. I was like, wow, that was probably the smartest thing I've ever heard anybody say to me was, be good.
Cut out for me. I was like, what tenant said. What he said?
He said, be good. Be good.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Be your best. You go do you. Keep paddling. Keep supping. Get good sun,
Vitamin D
as much as you can. Yeah, like I'd say, like if your feet aren't tan by mid-April, you gotta.
Ooh, I like that, bro. Let's tell that to all the spring breaker partiers out there who are just tanning their firm little booty cheeks and their tippy toes. But, there is some hidden knowledge, which is very ancient, and you could call it magic. Because prior to the invention of electronics and technology, particularly, mastery of electricity, some people would have claimed that science was superstition or magic. So the fact that we're on a conference call app powered by electricity, and magnets, and circuit boards, and silicon chips, that is the highest form of intelligence, and thus Jehovah being muted, okay, but you're angry about getting your dope titty, or you can keep from getting the dope. You are video game. That's the other who is Clubhouse. I never balls where they now monetize it as the video game. I mean to tell us is that immediate video game. Sometimes I click. Is it to click along? Mouse is not aiming at every conspiracy video game. Complete help. Somebody's kind of depressed, I think. It's not me. I'm living a life. Daily. No passion. Beyond belief. Ain't abundant. Well. Love. Vague. Living with abundance. Love it. Diligence of social audio chat app, hitting a mute button. Jesus Christ, it's called dandruff control shampoo. Go to the gym. I mean, for Christ's sake, how many times are you gonna sit here and hit a button over and over again? Like it's about a fucking video game. Hello? Hello? Wow, this room has hit a new high. Wow, it's unbelievable. On stage, I'm sitting here playing the flute and somebody hitting anybody. The mute button. Attic. Better Steve. Shower. Use standard. It's called head and shoulders. Head and shoulders makes my head. It my scalp, skin, smell, dandruff. No, dandruff is not my friend. With my friend Bo, to be Catholic, but dirty. Like, what's 20 minus 8? Got a deal? He's out here. I'm here. Step. Damn. No one could see. Someday. Without having. Hit the who keeps me keeps There's no other way to explain it to people who have never played the video game that is Clubhouse. And so I kind of present these Clubhouse town halls where they tell you. It's muting me. Who keeps muting me? Who keeps muting me? So you can tell me. Who keeps muting me? Talk about me. Music. Who keeps muting me? It's muted. Keep muting. He's muted. Sleep. Me. He's me. Who keep me? This do me. Will you me? See them. Me. Keep me. Oh, Andrew. Therese. Will waste every single precious moment of their day sitting here talking endlessly with. None of you stupid moderators are worthy of not being raped. Wait, did I just say rape? I meant barbecued, roasted. Sorry about the R word. All I'm trying to say is that if you're mute me 1,000 times and seamlessly as if any of this is not just juvenile, pedestrian, stupid, crazy behavior. You are retarded. You don't read books. You don't go to the gym. You probably don't even cut your toenails anymore. So listen up, you retarded moderators who endlessly use this retarded app. Today's my last day. I'm quitting the app. You're all just gonna still being forgiven. soul collecting soul gets. Oh, hello. Mute me for the thought.
Yeah, you can feel the repercussions either way. You may not care, but shit, there's a war.
We're doing silent meditation day. I get it now. Thank God they finally are embracing silence. It's beautiful, actually. I love a good silence. Still got a dandruff, though. Sorry, Daniel. You're going to have to go take a shower. We can't let you into the party with a head full of dandruff. I've seen your photo. You already look like Monsignor from 1465. Try to take a shower. I can smell you through the phone. And Narges, it's one thing to talk about Mikhail's dog, but when I hear your dog moaning, groaning, clearly you're not taking care of your dog good enough either. You're probably not taking care of yourself good enough, because if you have the time to voice a million opinions over just the past 60, productive enough, you're not getting paid the dollars. We gotta look at how much we're getting paid for every word we spray, how many seconds we spend on these stupid devices. So let me ask you a question. Are you interested in taking this room and you're, learning to the higher level? Because quite honestly, it's not just about money. It's about intelligence. And I'm afraid that some of you might be lacking intelligence, especially whoever keeps muting me over and over and over. There we go, updated. And if you want to update the title, mute me all. I'm doing a song by John. Listen. You keep me with my heart. Thank you all very much. And I'm sure, the whole group doing all kinds of I get try. I know. Wait. Oh, it's at the closet. The drills in the. It's at. There's the. Where is the blooper? The blooper. Oh, the blooper. Shut. Blooper. Exhausting room. I got it. So then I think is it just have but
I'm calling you to calm down. Breathe. Breathe. Count down. 3, 2, 1. Everything's gonna be fine. Just breathe.
hello.
Hello. Oh my goodness. Are you just being a clown? Like clown house? Don't think that I don't remember.
This to be the unmute sister. Hackers. Sister. I'm gonna make it.
Hey, dude, chill. Just chill, dude. Nobody wants to mess with you. Chill.
Slap this shit back.
Who's all here? Yeah. What the fuck is going on?
game, bro.
rejected my writing candidacy. So stupid. But if you emailed me back and said, I will be rejecting your candidacy as a writing candidate, in one of the certified letter, instead I sent them an email with a signed affidavit, notarized letter. I'll never get enough, writing signatures to beat somebody who's on the ballot, because most people just cannot think, let alone you're not going in there to do anything other than just vote the party, If I had 10, it would be a miracle. 10. 10 would be it. 10 is all I need. 10 out loud, 10 out loud. Reading books better than some people who are taking pictures. They built a house across the street from my house. They put it on.
What it said, right, was. Okay. We're doing spring and clocks forward. When is the peak? Does that not matter?
The peak is summer solstice. So basically a right? No, so that would be, so summer solstice is going to be the 31st day of the third month of the year. And that's going to be when you have 18 hours of light, 6 hours of darkness. And then it's going to go from there to the fall equinox, where we're going to be back at 12:12. And then from there, from the fall equinox, we go to the winter solstice, which where we're going to have 18 hours of darkness, 6 hours of light. And then again, you go from there to the spring equinox, which is 12:12. So if you want to see it, the best place to go is Enoch. Enoch in the chapter on the luminaries really breaks it down beautifully.
But what told you
how they work?
How did you find out that this was the first day of the month?
Oh, how did I figure that out? So man, okay, so there was so that was our focus. How can we figure out the spring equinox, right? Because I don't have the instruments to be able to measure 12 hours of light, 12 hours of darkness. And I also believe that God wouldn't make something like that so we can't figure it out on our own, that we need some kind of measure to do it, right? And so that's what made me think about the Passover, because the Passover is the 14th night, right? And then the other thing that I thought about was the full moon cycle. It takes 14 days for the full moon to come in. That means in the first year of creation, Passover was a full moon, okay? And so in 2024, I waited for the full moon. Okay, I found the full moon again by waiting for the one where the moon rises, the sun sets, the moon rises, and then the next morning, the moon is still in the sky when the sun rises, and we confirmed that day, and that was the full moon. And then so I counted back 14 nights to get the first night of the year. Now, obviously, that does not happen every year, right? That only happens once every, some number, 36 cycles or whatever. I forget what it is. Where the moon and the sun start on the same day, right? Because the moon's 10 days short now every year, so they don't line up anymore, right? So it takes 360 cycles, right, for the moon that's 10 days short to line back up with the sun again, right? But that's how I initially placed the spring equinox. So you got to think God showed me something that happens once every 36 years, and then confirmed it. Like, I didn't believe the calendar until September 10th, because that was the morning Elijah appeared, and that should happen on the Feast of Trumpets. And so that confirmed that day 9/10 was the Feast of Trumpets, which is what it was on my calendar. And that's what gave me confidence in the calendar and the Sabbath being Thursday and all of that stuff. If you want, I have two episodes of my podcast put in the chat right? I go through each of these one at a time because first it was figuring out that Saturday is a lie. There's no way that Saturday is the Sabbath. And then from there, trying to place the correct calendar. And so
would this have been the 10th day? Or the, wouldn't this have been the second day of the year?
So no, the first day of the year was Tuesday at sunrise. So sunrise to sunrise was day one. Sunrise to Wednesday sunrise to Thursday sunrise was day two. Today at sunrise to tomorrow morning is day three. And so day 7, right? Just 5, 6, 7.
Oh, it's day 7. Wait, but how?
Because that's the whole idea. So remember, that's what I'm doing in that check. Because remember, if day 1 is the first day of the year, then my Sabbath is 7 days later, right?
But what day was the first day? I thought it was the 10th.
Exactly, but that's not day 1 of creation. It's day 5 of creation. You see what I'm saying? So my Sabbath is 3 days later. Watch the 2 videos that I put in the chat. We'll watch them in order. Episode 2 and episode 3. I go over this.
I've seen them, but it kind of just stumps me a little bit. But
so that's the thing. So you gotta remember, it's 2 things you gotta ponder: equinox, and then 7 possibilities of which day of creation week is the first day of the year. See, what you're thinking right now is that day 1 of creation week is the first day of the year, and I would count 7 days to get the Sabbath. But if that's true, day 14 is a Sabbath, which means every Passover would be a Sabbath, correct?
Yeah.
It can't be possible. That already rules out day 1.
What day would it have been? Or what day would it be?
So in the
24th?
Well, so again, I'm talking about day of the week. Passover cannot be the 7th day of the week.
But what day of the year would it be?
It's the 14th night. It's the night of the 14th, right? But that cannot be a Sabbath. The 14th day cannot be a Sabbath. And so that tells you that day 1 of creation week is not the first day of the year. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because if it was the first day of the year, every 14th day would be a Passover. It would be a Sabbath. But I'm just counting 7, right? 7, 7, 7, 7.
Can you put the calendar up again?
Oh,
like the regular one?
Yeah, let me put the calendar.
What do you think about the Paleo Hebrew? You think people are like...
I think it's made up, yeah. The pure language, we don't have the pure language. We won't have it until David and Elijah give it to us. Which
you said something about the what's that thing called? The Dead Sea Scrolls. Like how do you believe in that a little bit or no?
I definitely believe that there's been manuscripts that they've found that are true manuscripts. I don't believe the Dead Sea Scrolls are that. Because again, it just has the same corruption.
Do you have a name of like what you believe is?
Oh no, I think those are all hidden from us. I haven't found anything that doesn't say Cyrus. I haven't found anything that doesn't include Isaiah 53. I think Isaiah 53 is corrupted. Because this idea of somebody dying or being chastised for the sins of other people contradicts God's premise that he doesn't punish people for the iniquity of others. You know? So I have an issue with that.
So creation week would have started last month?
Well, so creation week, right? So all you're saying with creation week is those those are the first days, right, of this story. And obviously, we know the Sabbath is a continual set of 7. That's all we're doing. 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7.
Wait,
What I'm saying is,
why does it have to fall on the 4th day then? Why not the 7th?
what does it have to fall on the 4th day? Why
the
would
Sabbath? The Sabbath from the 6th, the first day of creation, to the 10th is 4 days. Or to the 12th, I mean. The 6 days.
Well, so again, so ignore the calendar, right? I have if I'm assuming that I count my Sabbath from day 1 of creation, so that would be 7 days is one Sabbath. 7 more days, which is the 14th day, is another Sabbath. And again, Passover would be that night, correct? That would tell me that Passover is always a Sabbath, which we know is impossible. So that rules out that possibility. Now there's 6 more possibilities. I can go day 2, day 3, day 4, day 5, day 6, day 7. But day 4 makes the most sense in terms of the equinox because that's the day he creates the sun and the moon. That's the day that the timepieces for the year are created, which would imply that the next day is day 1 of the year. So the 5th day of creation is my first day of the year, but I've already had 5 days. So my Sabbath is 2 days away. I don't count 7 more days from that because I'm not counting 7 days from the starting of the year. I'm counting 7 days from the start of creation. That's the Sabbath.
What was the start of creation? 3-6?
The start of creation would have been, so count back. Yeah, just count back.
3. But that's 3. Or are you counting the 6th day as well?
So if the 9th was the 4th day, the 3rd day would have been the 8th, the 2nd day would have been the 7th, the 6th day would have been. Now again, and so you got to also detract your mind from Pharaoh's calendar because that day is going to change dates now. So what you want to focus in on, for example, the Monday, March, it happened to be March 9th this year. Next year, I think it's March 8th. You see what I'm saying? It's that Monday that matters. It's the day that matters. So when I back up Sunday, Saturday, Friday. That Friday is the first day of creation, not that date. It's that Friday. See what I'm saying? So, like for example, the Day of Atonement, the Feast of Trumpets, is that Tuesday, 9/11. It was a Tuesday. It was that Tuesday. If you look at the day Elijah appeared, it was that Tuesday, which was the 10th, right? It was September 10th when Elijah appeared. It was 9/11 on 2001, but it was that same day. God's calendar doesn't move. Pharaoh's calendar moves around. God's doesn't.
I'm just so confused right now.
No worries, man. I still don't understand the calendar completely, so I get it. Like, I don't understand how I still haven't wrapped my head around how his calendar doesn't shift, or what happens so it doesn't shift. Like, for example, like if I pull my calendar into the future, the last day of the year in 2032 is February 26th, but it's supposed to be March 7th, I want to say.
So why would it be,
something's off?
Why would the first Sabbath be on the 5th day?
Not the 5th day.
Of creation week from the 6th.
It's not. So notice, it's not the 5th day. The 5th day is the first day of the year. The 5th day was Tuesday. The first Sabbath is today.
But
now,
it says
the first day of the month, well, yeah, because the first day of every month is a Sabbath. Amos 8:5. We went over the verses at the beginning this episode. Every new month is a Sabbath.
So how'd you get?
But that's not the weekly Sabbath.
How'd you get the 6th as the first day again?
The 5th.
No, this March 6th.
Oh, well, so again, so if the spring equinox is the 4th day of creation, you just count backwards. And the 4th day of creation is when sun and moon are created.
Oh, so
you see what I'm saying? And they're created equal, and then the time starts. So the day afterward, nothing. It's time resets. The sun resets. The sun resets its cycle. It starts its new year.
Does that mean like the sun comes like it goes higher in the sky?
Well, so it starts to run on its cycle now, which will be the shorter circuit, right? Because that's the tighter one that is the spring and summer, whereas the circuit on the outside is the wider one that's fall and winter. It's just basically saying that the sun is starting its journey again.
So it goes.
Basically, the idea is it's coming out of the first gate again. And it's going to do the same. It's going to do the same thing it does for 364 days, and then it's going to reset and do it again. And it's going to do it again and again. And that's why it's the sun that tracks the year, not the moon, because the moon cycle is not 364; it's 354. So every day it's 10 days short. So that means the sun and the moon only link up every 36 years. Every 36 years they line up again on the spring equinox. Because think about it, if I'm 10 days short, it takes 360 years. It takes 36 years to make up 360 days.
So what does the spring equinox do exactly?
It marks the beginning of the year.
But like, what's the what can show you exactly what it does?
12 hours of light, 12 hours of darkness.
So that's like when daylight savings started?
No, daylight savings has nothing to do with that. It has nothing to do with it. It's Pharaoh makes up daylight savings. It's completely made up.
But like when I think it was on the 6th, that was like the day that the sun set earliest. Then the 7th, the sun started setting later.
That's just because Pharaoh changed the hour. So yeah, I mean, it did change. It changes every day, right? Because every day the sunlight gets longer until we get to the summer solstice, right?
Yeah. So,
but the idea that it changed an hour plus that difference is a lie. That's just Pharaoh changing the clock.
But I'm not looking at it with the clock. I'm looking at it just like how the sun, like it gets higher in the sky and then comes back down.
So again, yeah, I agree with you, but that doesn't happen in one day.
But what happened on the 6th to make it the first day?
So again, what happened on the 6th is nothing. It's what happened on the 4th day that you count back to find the first day. And what happened on the 4th day is the spring equinox. That's when the sun was created. Spring equinox, day 4.
And no, I'm not trying to like condemn you or anything, because I believe, bro, the 10th, that was like the Lord was telling us exactly right then.
No, but that's what I'm saying. That to me is the marker, because
the 10th.
Again, ignore Pharaoh's calendar. I'm just talking about the equinox. The equinox is the marker that tells you the next day begins the year.
Is the next day?
So the day after the spring equinox is the first day of the year. So if you look, March 9th was the spring equinox. March 9th. The first day of the year was March 10th. I believe that's correct.
But what is the spring equinox like? Like, what is it?
12 hours of light, 12 hours of darkness.
It's not like
It's the definition of the equinox. Equal lighting.
Oh, so it's going from like dark to light to more
Light
light.
to dark. Exactly. And that's why if you read Enoch, it tells you how much it changes, the fractions, all the stuff. Like when I'm drawing, like there's a tab there where I count the seconds, how much sunlight by seconds. That's coming from Enoch, because Enoch tells you how much sunlight increases per day, and so you can actually map it out.
Like with
over the whole year.
The degrees
per day, just per day. So like every day, like from now until the summer solstice, every day we're gonna have more daylight, more sun, some number of seconds of more sun, and that same number of seconds of less darkness, right? So it's gonna keep increasing, and darkness is gonna keep decreasing until I get to summer solstice, which is 18 and 6. And then it's going to start going back towards equal. And then it's going to keep going to more darkness. And then it's equal, right? And it's going to keep doing that same cycle over and over and over again.
So do you think this has any relevance? Like the degrees of where the sun rose from?
Oh yeah, I think the gates. Yeah, I think the gate. It's the gates. So
it's like March 3, 4, and 5. So like 46.5 degrees, and then 4, 5, and 6 was 47, and then it goes up by 0.5 until March 12.
But again, you're looking at. So I'm assuming you're getting these calculations from NASA and Pharaoh. And so I can't unless I personally am making these observations. I have no idea. I'm not doing anything like that. I'm just basing it off of there's an equinox, which we know is 12/12, and that starts the year.
And that was
March
the 9th.
That was the 9th, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Something special about there was something special about that day, March 10th, when you said that David was going to be resurrected, or is resurrected. But
yeah, I think we're going to see it very soon. And I really think people will. I mean, listen, they're going to tell you all the different explanations, right? But you'll know very clearly that kind of commotion is not by chance.
It's like what Elijah did to the prophets of Jezebel. He was like, how long are you guys gonna side or like go between two opinions? And then they all bow down and were like, the Lord is God.
Yeah,
I think it's
going to be hard to ignore. Yeah, it's going to be hard to ignor.
Is that what
that's
Ahab
the
repented?
I think that's the right story, right? Ahab, is that what you're talking about? Ahab?
Yeah, but like when they said, and when all the people saw it, they fell on their faces, and they said, He is the God, the Lord, He is the God. But I don't know if that's when he repents or whatever. Ahab.
Yeah, I don't remember off the top of my head either.
I kind of see what you're saying though now, but my understanding was when daylight savings happened, so like when the I guess it was the 7th or the 8th, that the sun got higher in the sky, so a longer day. So I was like, okay, he created the day, and then from then that would have been the first day of the month till the 7th day, which would be I had it written down. So the 7th day would have been the 14th evening to the morning of March 15th. But I see what you're saying a little bit.
Yeah, I just want to emphasize, brother. Daylight savings is entirely a creation of man.
So
they could pick any day to do that nonsense.
You think March 8th? Do you know that it wasn't like like that there was more light at all?
Well, so again, everyday light's going to increase, right? So that can't be the standard.
From the
day before, or even no, from the winter solstice. Every day after the winter solstice, the day is going to increase until summer solstice. Only after the summer solstice will the light start to get dimmer again. So that cannot be the standard that I'm using to identify, because every day is going to have more light. You see what I'm saying?
So from the beginning of the winter solstice, it was always going up more.
From the day of winter solstice, which is the darkest day of the year, right? Every day from that point has more light until summer solstice, which is the longest day of the year. So I can't base it off of that.
So you based it off of the first day was the
I based it off of 2 years ago, placing the full moon and counting back 14 days. That's how I placed it. There's no way to do the spring equinox. How can I tell you there's been 12 hours of day, 12 hours of night? You might be able to do it with like a what are those called? Those sundials based on the shadow, right? But I have no idea how to do that, and I'm assuming that would vary based on your location, right? And so again, it can't be based off of that stuff. It has to be based off of something that every person can visually attest with their own eyes. Right? And so that's what made me think the moon, while it doesn't happen all the time, can give you a check on the year, on the start of the year, and every 36 years, for example. Now, again, I didn't realize any of this when he showed it to me. I just saw the full moon. He showed me Enoch. He showed me Passover. I said, okay, that's a great idea. And I counted back 14 days. And I just wrote it down, watched the calendar. Again, as I said, it wasn't to the Feast of Trumpets and that light appearing that I had any confidence in it. Now I'm very settled into that it's correct, but I still don't understand how it doesn't drift. I haven't wrapped my head around that yet.
So what day was 12 hours light, 12 hours darkness? In your,
9th.
Assumption, I guess.
March 9th. March 9th, it went 12-12.
And then
now from then, it's going to continue to increase.
The day after it increased.
It continues to increase until summer solstice. Yeah.
Okay. And where'd you find that answer to
Enoch?
12?
Enoch tells you. But you also know from just the typical cycle of the year of how your day increases basically until you're in the sun.
All right, my next question, because I think I get the gist. There's always going to be more opportunities to be explained about it. But where was Ephraim? Where were they? If the Promised Land is America.
Well, so if you look, our theory is that Ephraim's location is just outside of the Promised Land.
Which direction?
I think to the east, on the other side of Jordan.
You mean
right there. Think about Bethel, right? So Bethel, you have where Abraham sets up the temple. You have Jacob coming down off the mountain and setting up the altar there, right? And you got to think about the caves of Mamre, where Abraham's buried, where Isaac is buried, where Jacob is buried. You'd have to assume Joseph would be buried there. You'd have to assume if, obviously they said they hid Moses, right? But the rest of the lineage, Aaron, they should all be in the same Rachel, right? And think about it, is it not just Moses that God did that, where, the ancestors aren't in the Promised Land because they knew the Promised Land will be corrupted, so they're waiting for the resurrection to enter the Promised Land permanently, just like Moses. Like, people think God was punishing Moses, and obviously it seems like God did punish Moses, but also God realized that the Promised Land would be corrupted. Maybe he didn't want Moses to enter it when it would be corrupted like that. And so I'm starting to feel this idea that Bethel is in the promised land is not correct. That it's slightly outside of it, where Ephraim's territory was given, which seems like it was slightly outside of the promised land.
Which is on the other side of the Euphrates, or what is it called?
Other side of the Jordan, right? But to the west of the Euphrates. Yeah, the Mississippi would be the Euphrates. But I'm saying, because you got to think all those plains, right? That's all you think about what they say. I think it's Manasseh, Ephraim, Reuben, right? That asked for the plains before they go into the promised land, because they were herders, right? And so that was great land for herding cattle. And so that's what I think is the Great Plains area and all that stuff.
Toward like New York or whatever.
Yeah, the Great Plains over there. If you look at like what is it, Nebraska, Iowa, all that stuff basically coming down off of Colorado, off of the mountains, onto those Great Plains.
What about Judah? You think that's a little closer to like the west?
So Judah again assumes that the Jerusalem story and all of that stuff is correct, that it was in Judah, which there's no reason to believe that based on how corrupted all of that is. But I do think that that would be kind of like Salt Lake City area by the Great Salt Lake. Yeah.
But it says that they have coasts.
Well, so that's the western border of the Promised Land. I don't get the sense that Jerusalem is on the western border. I would agree with you that I think that the western border of the Promised Land is Los Angeles coastline, right? Going down, goes down south. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I think that could be the top end of it. But yeah, that's definitely the western border, because that's the Great Sea. The Pacific Ocean is the largest body of water on Earth. It's clearly what the Most High is referring to as the border over there.
Yeah.
And then I think Grand Canyon being Egypt, right?
Grand Canyon, not Texas.
Well, I think Grand Canyon is going down to that region and down, right? Egypt, I think, obviously was quite an extensive geographic area. I don't think it was limited to just that part of it. But the Grand Canyon in particular, I believe, that's the part that bordered the Promised Land. When it says they went down into Egypt, I think they're coming down from the Promised Land, going down into that part of the world.
Do you believe that they crossed at Gulf of California, running from?
I do think that that's the most.
Texas.
Assuming it wasn't like a body of water, like a large body of water, like the Great Salt Lake, for example. I would agree that the Ba'a makes the most sense for the location of the Red Sea that was split. But it could have been a large lake, right, like the Great Salt Lake. Now I don't think that it was, but it could have been something that was there, and because that's the thing. Like, I don't think that the Jordan River exists anymore. I think they dammed it, and you might have like a smaller river in that area, but the Jordan River as was is you won't be able to find it.
Because I watched the video and someone said that these maps used to say Red Sea for Gulf of California.
Yeah, and think about there's a Mormon temple that's called the Jordan River Temple. You can look it up.
All right.
And look at its location. It's right where you would assume the Jordan River was, right? Right?
Utah. Jordan River Temple. Like, you think it was on that whole road that passes?
Well, so I think the closest river still in existence is the Bear River, but I don't think that that's the Jordan River. If if you look at some older maps, there's some other rivers in that area. I forget the name of the one that I felt that could have been most likely. I feel they've dammed it up to hide it, so it's not as obvious. But its promised land is definitely here. Anyone who pretends it's not here, they're just not being honest.
Yeah, it's obvious. But what about the new temple, like the second temple that Ezekiel talks about?
Where is that going to be? Yeah, it's going to be west of the Colorado. Where's his?
I think he says it's going to be like south.
Well, again, I think where he's going to put his name. I would assume it's going to be the same location as the first temple, but to be honest, I've never really studied that in great detail.
I don't know. I'm feeling good about Santa Cruz area, like California, Monterey.
As the Jerusalem.
Yeah, like there's a reason these trees are so big, or like the redwoods. I don't know.
Well, yeah, but I mean, if you think though too, if you look at like the location where they go to get those trees to build the temple compared to Jerusalem, it seems like it's north of it.
North of where it was actually, or
north of the promised land, I'm saying. So I feel like those California redwoods is above the promised land. They went up to get those.
So from like Santa Barbara.
Or if you think Jerusalem was more inland, right? There is scripture that says Jerusalem is surrounded by mountains. It feels like it would be to the northeast of Jerusalem were those mountains, were those trees.
Because where I'm at, it's like a valley, like so Santa Cruz, San Jose, like all this is surrounded by mountains. But there's also, I think, is that like the Continental Divide or whatever? Where is that? Is it in like one? I think it's Idaho, one of the lowest plains.
Yeah.
I don't know. It just always like struck me as the cedars of Lebanon. I feel like Zion is near me.
Well, you got to you also have like Zion National Park right there, right? In the Utah area. You have Moab. You have Jordan River Temple. You have a lot of very clear references to biblical names. But yeah, obviously, I think Ayob's work on it is the best, but I have never independently confirmed anything. I do think there is something unique about the Uneta Mountains there. The way they lie right outside the promised land there.
What is it called? The Uneta?
Uneta Mountains. It's the only mountain range that faces east to west, and it's right outside the promised land. So is that where Moses goes up?
Where do you think the line for the promised land starts?
So I think the Euphrates is the Mississippi, so I think it starts there. But obviously the Jordan River being over there west of the Colorado, I think is the best boundary, unofficial boundary there for the territory that's post crossing the Jordan.
What's the I think is it in chapter 8? Or maybe it's chapter 12 or 14. 13. Where he says like open thy doors, O Lebanon. Oh, Lebanon. Do you think Lebanon is like this area? The Pacific Northwest?
Yeah, I was in Pacific Northwest. Because that's just where the trees are located.
Yeah. So you think this was like a heathenist area, I guess?
Yeah. Also, Brother James always talks about all the giant fossils that they found in those areas. You think
It's crazy.
San Francisco giants, right? Yeah, absolutely. I think
there's a mountain that my grandpa showed me, bro. It looks like a freaking petrified giant is just staring at you while you driving your car right by it. But he's mad. Anyways, open thy doors, O Lebanon, that the fire may devour thy cedars. And I'll go walking on these trails over here. There's like lightning strikes in, I'm pretty sure someone said like these groves that people go and like do meditations or whatever. There's lightning strikes that have knocked out the trees. And it's funny you mentioned thunder, because we got thunder, I think it was February 17th, and there was like big thunder claps, and it was raining so hard, like the hardest it's rained since, for sure, harder than it's ever last year. And yeah, it was just a crazy thunderstorm, I guess you could say.
Storm is here, guys. I think.
Oh yes.
I'm excited to see what
the flood's coming.
Next few days, next few weeks show us. I do think we're going to start to see some very interesting commotions.
You think it's going to be like tidal waves?
No. I think it's going to be a lot of. I think, as you know, as I mentioned with Joel, I think the text about fire is true. Also, Revelation, right? Revelation says something's going to appear that's going to call fire down in the sight of men. And to me, that's what's coming. If you look at Joel, those chapters that we read there, a fire goes in front of them, a fire goes behind them. We have the language of Isaiah 17:1, Damascus being a ruinous heap. They're obviously conditioning the mind for aliens, which to me is the only way they're going to be able to explain fire raining down from the sky. And so I think that to me is what my entire focus is on right now. And even this kind of stuff about Iran attacking California with drones, right? You know, anything of an attack from the sky that results in fire would catch my attention right now. Yeah, obviously in this area, not over there.
Yeah.
This area.
Yeah. That's why this really sticks out to me when it talks about Lebanon and the cedars that falling.
And if you go to Amos, right? In Amos, everything that he's talking about for this, I won't forget, right? And it's always a wall of fire, a wall of fire, a wall of fire. And so, that's my focus. Is I wouldn't be surprised if in the very near future we are told that America was attacked by aliens and a major city has been destroyed.
They've already been trying to do that.
That's what I'm saying. They've been conditioning the mind for it. And I think it's not a coincidence, particularly when you read all the scripture about these two men having fire coming with them. I don't think that that's by chance.
I don't think is there any scripture where David is talked about with fire or
I think Joel. I think if you look at Joel chapter 2, in my opinion, when it talks about those two, so depending on which translation, for example, the King James tries to pretend it's a group of people. Right? But if you look at other translations, it seems to be two people there, right? How they stay in their own lanes, right? And they each do what they're supposed to do. To me, that's a reference to David and Elijah, because David and Elijah are going to have power like the world has never seen.
Yeah, so you don't think that when it says a nation that we've never that has never been in Joel chapter 2, you don't think it's talking about a people?
No, because that's the thing. If you go look at that, you're talking about Joel chapter 2, the beginning of it. To me, it's talking about the two people who are coming to lead the second Exodus. Because that's what Joel chapter 2 is about. Chapter 1 is about the punishment on Israel. Chapter 2 is about them being regathered. Chapter 3 is about them in the promised land, God made God. And so chapter 2 to me, when it's talking about, the day of the Lord is like darkness, right? You don't see it coming. And then you have this light come upon the mountain, and then we have this reference to this great people, right? Okay, these great people are the ones that the world has never seen before. And so think about that. To me, that's a direct reference to Aaron and Moses, saying these are going to surpass that, and there's never going to be anything like them afterwards. That to me is David and Elijah. I think that's Joel chapter
11.
2 verse. No, it's early. You got to be careful with the King James, because the King James is trash translation. So here, let's go to Joel chapter 2. Joel chapter 2 verse 2.
Verse 2. A day of darkness and of gloominess, a day of clouds of thick darkness, as the morning spread.
No, okay, period. See, that's what I'm saying. There should be a period there.
A day of